this is frozen. I'll be right back, actually. Sorry about that. That was frozen? Like, the can was frozen. I didn't realize that, so, like, I had to go get another one. It was, like, frozen solid. Or, like, I don't know, kind of like a slushie. So, whoops. Anyway, hi. What's going on? Hey, that don't sound good. Nope. So I got a different one. Got a different can of letter number drink. Good old letter number drink. I decided to break the game for everyone who has mods. Nice. I've actually been playing a lot of Fallout 4 in my free time. Might even test out 76 sometime. Nearly got Dancer to level 80. Nice. I'm sorry, Derek. I got that job though. Oh, nice. Congrats. I am happy to hear that. That is wonderful for you. I knew you would do it. Look at you go. Hey Faye, how's it going? Alrighty. Every day I wake up and then go play Dragoon. I'm good. How are you? I am Poggers. Having a pretty good time. Made more progress on the video today. All the lines are completely recorded, and I've got all the clips done as well. I have probably at least half of everything put together as well, so I really only have to put together like the last half. So like I'm actually like probably like 80-70% done, maybe more. Very happy about that. So that'll be very nice. I'm pretty happy about it. Yeah, video progress. Yeah. And then after that one, I'm gonna start working on. Oh boy, I'm gonna start working on the Reaper one. The Reaper one might be involved. I know I need to decide like. The Reaper one's probably just gonna be me more explaining the class and making haha funny silly jokes than it is probably me talking about like everything that came. Because I talk about like all the updates of the Black Mage. Like I talk about every ability, every trait, all of that stuff that got added with Endwalker. But with Reaper, I don't think I'm going to talk about every ability because that's a lot. So I'm probably just going to go with like pieces of it. Just kind of like how to play it and stuff. Probably group stuff up and then just like show tooltips on. Just like show those instead of talking about every little thing. It'd be a lot otherwise. 1, 2, 3. Okay, everything's over there, I guess. But those look very involved. Yeah, I mean, explaining a class level 1 to level 90 is a lot of work. That is a lot. And I get that we're starting, I guess, you know, I could maybe even just like explain a bit more about like level 1 to 70, but I still don't think I'm gonna hit every ability. Or every one in detail, more so. But think about this though. Think about this though. When the next X pack after Endwalker comes, we're literally gonna have like. Oh, it's in the water. Gotcha. Hi, Violet. We're literally gonna have classes that start at Shadowbringers, like level 80. Isn't that weird to think about? Like, ugh. I had like 5 abilities on my Lancer Cap. I had no idea what half of them do. I could probably explain all of them right now if you wanted me to. Okay. Yeah, I'm like actually really hoping they don't do level 80 classes. I do think the level 90, the level 70 stuff is actually gonna be a lot for people to handle. Yeah, I think 70 is gonna feel really overwhelming. And like, I know like leveling classes up isn't the most fun thing either, but it really does help teach you what the class is. It helps a ton, you know? Ooh, moves directly at you. Whoa, hi Ashley, how are you? How's it going? Did you get 76 by the way? I think like the optimal class, like for like expat classes, I do think level 50 is the optimal place to start. Gives you a wide breadth of like content to do. Poggers. Gotta love that. That's a fantastic name. I say Poggers a lot too. I didn't end up getting it. Okay, couldn't resist the sale. All right, fair enough. That's kind of Poggers. Cool. I'll be sure to snab it too. And Mickey's like, well, I guess you're subbed now. Guess you gotta stay. Meki, thank you so much for the sub. I super duper appreciate it. Poggers, please enjoy the sub. Please enjoy ad-free viewing, more by love and affection, cursed emotes, and beautiful emotes. I did that backwards, huh? But welcome. And thank you so much for the follow. I super appreciate it. Hope you're having a Poggers day, because it reminded me of more Poggers. Love you so much.
It's like all my name days have come at once.
Beautiful emotes. I really like that Shin's like, wait, why do you have an automaton emote? Oh, Lahi! Lahi? It was just like, it was like a very like you could you could just like hear the gears turning. It was great. I love it. Oh, what am I drinking? I'm drinking letter number drink. Letter number beverage. Oh. A Banya, all right. The reason why I say letter number is because they're not paying me to advertise, so. Also, I don't want to like get sued. Unless I gotta be level 70 for this. As leather number? Yeah, leather number, you know? Yeah, no, letter number. Letter number, vroom vroom. Vroom vroom. Oh, also, Gib, I didn't see that. Thank you so much for the 5 months. I super appreciate it. Hope you have absolutely a perfect day, because mine is more perfect. Thank you so much. Welcome. You know that 2 plus 3 is 5, which is how many students you can subscribe for? That's kind of poggers. What's wrong with the screenshot? Are you scared? I don't understand. POV. Death. Void intensifies. That's just me with like all this end blocker stuff. I'm just like, all right, let me some void stuff. Hi, Mr. G. How's it going? Story of their own. Yeah, I hope their class quest is good. I thought the Dancer one was fine. Actually, I'd say both the Dancer and Gunbreaker ones were kind of They were alright. They weren't terrible. But they definitely could have been better. Hi, Cries. How's your beautiful face? Dancer and Gunbreaker felt good for world building more than anything. Yeah, I would agree to that. I'd agree that they felt very world buildy, but it was kind of like, oh, also Dancer's dance. Oh, and like Gunbreakers are a thing too, I guess. So yeah, I do hope they get their all their own. is that it'll make me extremely sexy. Oh? Is that guy okay? Is that it'll make me extremely sexy. You know, I hope the same thing. Really, that's all we can hope for. Except, spoiler alert, I already know. I mean, Eris looks great with the Reaper stuff. Like the demon transformation. Oh boy. Oh dang, I can't do my link. That sucks. Dang it. Okay, there we go. Got him. Try doing your Zelda instead? Okay, I'll try my best. Make Reaper gear sing? What about singing Reaper gear? What you talking about? If there were more Ephemeral in the game, I bet people would probably play as them. I mean, yeah. Yeah, no, I mean, I would agree. That's typically how that works, right? It's not already extremely sad. Wait, no, actually, no. Oh my god. Y'all. Don't hee-hee at me. Illy. Goodness gracious. Hi, Serpy. I missed you butchering Bard on live. Yeah, you did, Cries. I literally apologized out loud and then like ragged on Bard. Though, to be fair, I would love your perspective as a Bard main about what you think about the changes with Endwalker. Though, if I recall correctly, you don't think of them as very positive. Now, I could be incredibly wrong about that, but that is what I thought I remembered. Yeah, Femrose absolutely rock the Reaper form. I mean, not that this is any different from Femrose normally, they rock most things. Like, Femrose look fantastic in pretty much every glamour there is. I don't know one where they look bad, to be honest. I'll mess that up. Surf, are you good, my dude? Bard say the same for me? That was my opinion as well. Okay, good. So like we agreed then. Well, the whole reason why I wish they gave it to us way earlier. Yeah, like my whole thing was like, my whole thing was me being like, okay, so, like Bard is like cool and all, but like they just didn't give us much, especially in comparison to like all the other classes. Because like I was comparing Bard to every other class, that got stuff. And like I'd say Bard is kind of a low man on the totem pole there, because it's just they're not. I mean, there was like it's not like Bard got bad things. It just wasn't much, and it wasn't anything particularly like impressive in comparison to like, you know, Black Mage's AoE rotation getting fixed, or Gunbreaker's like button, you know, the combos being like streamlined, or Monk's positionals being adjusted, right? And stuff like that. On top of all of their other really good additions and changes. So we already got exactly what Scholar mains thought they got. Exactly. Like even like Scholar like looks really good, looks really strong. Like, I'm not gonna lie. Lots of really good stuff. Just kind of like, just not super flashy, which doesn't mean it's bad by any means. Quality of life stuff and one, yeah. And like one big utility thing. But like, yeah, I kind of agree with like the Bloodletter thing. People are like, oh my god, it's like the best and most amazing thing ever. And like, but you still get it really, really late. What do you say? Fire and lightning. Okay, so we want to go here. Like, you know what I mean? It's just kind of like one of those things where like, okay, all these other classes got all this cool stuff, and Bard just didn't get much. Again, not that what they got was bad, it just, in comparison to the others, looks a little less good. Lightning and ice. I do think bards are I do think that bards are sleeping on the song durations being changed. I do think that's probably true. I think the song durations change is a really good move, and probably will like probably will let people feel a bit better about their like utility spells. Cause yeah, I don't think Bard is bad. It wasn't me smearing Bard because I'm like, Bard's bad. But it's like, Bard just is, I don't know, just not amazing. You know? And that's because Bard occupies a really weird place in groups. It's like, well, it's gotta be, I mean, it's a ranged DPS, but it doesn't have as much damage as Mechanist, but it also doesn't have like, the same buffs as Dancer, so it's gotta have different kinds of buffs, which is kind of, I know, it's its own thing. I don't know. It is also now the only one with, the only class that has 2 dots, yes. Which you could now argue, okay, dot, like, Bard has, like, is the dot class, but is that really what, like, we want Bard to be? I don't know. Scholar mains 1 punch in the air. Scholar mains did great, yeah. I, like, Scholar actually looks a lot more fun.
The seas part for we alone.
Is viscous mockery when you really pour it on thick, lucky
Oh my
vampire.
god. Ameki, I love that. That's fantastic. Thank you. That's just perfect. Also, I appreciate the bits too. Very kind of you. Ah, that was a great pun. It's the only one with more than 1 dot. That is true. Yes. Remember, like, Black Mage still has a dot. As does Samurai. As does Dragoon. And Gunbreaker. There's still a lot of dots. They did not give it a dot spread. They have a way to refresh their dots, but they don't have a way to spread their dots. They're dipping dots. Their dots do have to be applied manually, that is correct. And White Mage and Scholar, and Astrologian, and yeah, a lot of classes have dots. But, spreading dots will be 2 OP. I think that's probably correct. I think Kryze is probably right on that. Bard's dots do a lot of damage. And being able to just like spread them like crazy is really strong. I'll explain why Summoner is so powerful. But yeah, I get like refreshing dots because I think that probably works just fine. Yeah, Bard having all of that while still being a DPS and stuff, like, I don't know, because even like, even Summoners worked by, like, you didn't refresh the dots on the enemy that you targeted, I believe. Is that right? There's a chance to refresh dots. I believe there is like an automatic refresh, yeah. That can happen. It is not guaranteed. Hello, Nano. Is this MSQ? No, this is not. Also, hello. Hi, Nevik. I'm low on spoons. Well, if you're low on spoons, you might want to go to the store to buy some. I'm kidding. I'm sorry to hear that. I know I'm very funny. Oh, hello. 2. Dragoon! Yep. Just, you know, dragooning around at the speed of sound. Princess Athena, huh? Why are you buying spoons from the soup store? Fuck you, fuck you. God, I love that video. I'm gonna make some coffee for Prague tonight. Scoop yourself off the floor, syrup boy. Alrighty. Timber. Nice. So we made a parody of it in Shadowbringers? How so? And like what way? Alright. Level 79. Alright. So I think after Dragoon, I'm gonna go and steer my way probably into like, probably Gunbreaker and Warrior. At least get Warrior up to 70 so I can do, I need to do the Warrior quest. I haven't done those. But also like, get it into Boja, which would be nice. And then maybe back to Monk. Yeah, maybe I'll do that. I sent you a sad comic I found about Emmett. Nice, I'll send me a sad comic. I love being sad. I don't actually. Don't recommend it. Frontline, let's go. Is noticeably, oh wow, it is kind of low. Whoops. I'll just teleport to the Crystarium. Actually, no, I'll go to Kugane. Perfect. A picture video? Oh, I see what you mean. I'm buying clothes. Alrighty. Off to make breakfast. Wow, imagine making breakfast. Could be you. Good idea. Go get yourself some breakfast. Fast breaks. I do love a good sad boy, yeah. I don't know who these people are, by the way. Just seemed like the right thing to do. Spooky. We're gonna spoop this guy. Better watch out. It's Malevolence is the emote. I want to buy a Tombstone phone display, but I have to complete all my Shadowbringer fates or buy it. Isn't there a way to get the Tombstone emote? Don't you have to like get the app or something? Yeah, it's Malevolence. Oh, good God. Midway into PvP. Okay. Hi, Oofy. How are you? Oh, the emote. Yeah, it's so good. Jeez. Better get all the XP, though. I'm great. How are you? I'm doing pretty poppers. And Frontline actually is... I actually enjoy Frontline quite a bit. I know some people hate it, but like it's a great way to get XP, and I also like don't not enjoy the combat. I like playing Black Mage though, because I can like instant cast. You got the ride? Oh yeah, yep, I did. Sure did. There we go. Only on certain classes. Yeah, I've done it as Samurai before, and I kind of hated it as Samurai. But I don't mind it as Black Mage. I don't mind it as Dark Knight too, actually. It's kind of fun as a Dark Knight. Are you kidding me? Leave me alone, you bitch. Goodness gracious. That guy wanted my butt. Damn. Dark PvP is amazing. Dark PvP is really good. Yeah, I like playing Dark PvP a lot. The Calamity was staged. Oh my god, that is their name. The Calamity was staged. Nice. Yeah, for me it'd be Black Mage and Dark Knight if I had to pick like a PvP job. A lot of players are intimidated by it, but I love it. I feel like that, I kind of feel like that way about PvP in general. I don't think Final Fantasy PvP is terrible. Granted, I'm also not like a PvP person, and I'm not really an MMO PvP person. I'm just not very competitive, so like, eh. But like, I enjoy it, for what it's worth. Go. More mage PvP, yeah, that's okay. You don't gotta love it in PvP because like the class changes quite a bit. A little intimidated by that. Have fun with Ninja. I don't want to touch that class. I don't know. I should give Ninja. I should give Ninja another shake. I should also probably give Bard another shake, because Bard is a class that like I haven't played like hardly at all. I literally don't think I've touched Bard since I got it to like level 60 or 61. But like I probably should. Like I didn't hate Bard at all. Like I don't know. I just haven't gone back to it. Honestly, it's probably because of Dancer. I really like Dancer. So like now that I have like a physical range DPS that I really enjoy, it's hard for me to like go back. If that makes sense. Or I guess maybe one that clicks with me. It's not that again, it's not like I disliked Bard. Hi, Luna. Better than the first time I played DCU Online. DCU Online. Also, hi, Misfit. How are you? That's me, but with Black Mage. Fair. Black Mage is not for everybody. Good afternoon to you as well. I will pick BLM back up eventually. Well, if you need any advice, you know where to come. Because I'm kind of like the absolute best at Black Mage. No one's better than me, JK. Best on Crystal. There's a reason I don't claim best in general, because Sify exists. Yeah. But yeah, Frontlines is fun, especially when like everyone's playing the game the way they're supposed to, and it's like actually close instead of just the curb stomp. Like this game's actually pretty close. Like I'm kind of digging it. I used to see enough game devs. Yeah, I mean ShB is really good. Like he actually plays this game, so like he knows what to do. It's great. Also, it's great that my main is like the director's like main, because that means I'm never gonna have a bad time. ShB would never let Black Mage be bad, I think. Which short stories have I not read yet? All of them. I haven't read a single one, Soul. You even play your own games? How is Immortal Flames just suddenly winning? Are they just kicking that much ass? Where are they even fighting right now? Hello, Queen of the Zooms. That is me. You got me. This is really close. Watched one interview 3 times because of people covering it? Yeah, I gotcha. Hi, Huntin'. Okay, so they're just all there now? What the hell just happened? Oh, we all left to go up there. Oh, that's oh, we're gonna lose then? No. Yeah, no, they're, yeah, we're gonna lose. That's a rip. We should have tried to fight blue there. GG. How's it 410 of a 14 players with your ShB? I lost count. Oh yeah, there's a lot of them. There's a ton of them. They're all pretty good. I like Shen's. There are like 70 interviews given. Hell, a lot of interviews. With some between press and the streamers. Mostly bits and pieces. Well, eventually. I've seen Jesse's, Shen's. I did check out Aspen and Rich's a little bit, which like I didn't watch like the whole thing, but the part where like Yoshi like asked Aspen about his mom was like, that's really sweet, dude. Like, aw, man. His favorite sign is Alphino. Jesse's final question. Yeah, Jesse's is good. Ah, God, I love Jesse's. That was really wholesome, yeah. Like, I think you can see this especially in Rich, but really both of them, and really pretty much all like the ex-WoW people. Like, I'm not trying to rag on WoW here. I'm trying to rag on Blizzard a little bit, but like I think you can see like how tangibly happy all of these people are now that they've left that game. Like it was literally a toxic part of their life, and like it showed. We're just like. On her shoulders specifically, well, probably only 2, because like her shoulders are only so big, right? But like if we meant like her whole upper body, she could probably carry like 4 or 6. Lalafells are light. I can tell you're very much on the point. Yep. Yeah, like literally, it's literally like this very toxic, almost abusive part of their life that is cut out, and now all of these people are so much happier. I'm like, that's really nice to see. Like, I'm really happy for that. So just 4 Lalas and a trench coat. Damn. Myself being one of them? Yes. Yeah. And I think a lot of those folks didn't realize, like, how bad that shit was until they got out, you know? It's like, damn. My heart goes out to those people, I should say. Well, I was till I started 14. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Like I don't know, people like talk about WoW and like going to 14 and stuff, and like it sends off a lot of alarm bells in my head. Cause like people will talk about it and I'm just kind of like, oh, you sound like my ex. That's not, that experience sounds like my ex. That's not a good thing, baby. Oh my God. Yeah. So I'm glad a lot of people have moved on and stuff, because that's good news. Remarkably similar to people who live in an abusive relationship. It's crazy. I mean that, yeah, exactly. That's like literally what it reminds me of. I'm just kind of like, oh. I mean, I get that though. Like, I get that, like, environments, even online environments, are like, they're a big deal. Like, you know, they're very being in a toxic environment really can like hurt. Made my other character Femro. Hell yeah, Nevik, good. It felt like a spiritual journey in a way, huh? Oh wait, that's right. Yeah, okay. No, that makes a lot of sense. I get that. Kind of accepting the playstyle I wanted and the type of community I wanted? Yeah. No, I agree. I can't, like, ever imagine... I can't really ever imagine playing a different MMO, to be honest. Unless it's exactly like this one. Maybe I could play Final Fantasy 18, right? Whenever they make a new MMO. Like, as long as we got, like, Yoshi P and the crew on board, like... I don't know, as long as they just make it another very kind experience, I don't really have any complaints. Not any significant ones. Wait, no. I'm silly. I'm supposed to be, we got short stories to read. Duh. I don't have time to go into the Boja dungeon. As long as they do not make a terrifying blunder. I mean... I'm not gonna accuse you of being cynical here, Zerum, but like, how? Like, how would they even do that, you know? Hi, Sage. Like, I literally can't, like, even fathom a way they could, like, mess any of this up, you know? Yeah, let's go to the Crystarian, that's a good idea. Agree, it's hard to even imagine. Mm-hmm. 1.0 was a terrible blunder, so only up from here? Yeah. And like, yeah, the devs aren't perfect, but like, damn if they're not at least trying, right? They're not at least doing their best. I guess like the only terrible blunder I could see is if they just literally booted the entire dev team, but they're not gonna do that. Like, Final Fantasy XIV is the most profitable Final Fantasy game in all existence. It's making them so much money. The 1.0 Gaius cutscene? Is that the one where he calls Heidelin a whore? And it's like, damn Gaius, calm down. That didn't happen anytime soon? That's the one where he 1v4s the Scions? No, I didn't see that. Yeah, no, I'm pretty sure he calls Heidelin a whore. The SECO pretty much worships the ground Yoshi P walks on. Mm-hmm. It sets him up as somebody to be feared for? Oh. I mean, to be fair, I'm sure at 2.0's launch, he was a fearsome opponent. The devs do actually listen to their people, which is like a really big deal. I can send it to you if you like. I don't care. Alright. Final Fantasy 14 stories. Okay. So I have a question for you guys. Hopefully you can help me answer this, but what stories should I read first? Because like there's a lot of them. Like a lot of them. And I don't even know where to start. Tales from the Shadows. Shadowbringers, right? Okay. Because Tales from the Twilight is the ones they just released. There's Tales from the Shadows, Tales from the Storm, Tales from the Dragonsong War, Tales from the Calamity, and the Grand Companies of Eorzea. Well, that one sounds the least fun and interesting. Yeah, so we can do Tales of the Shadows. Start with Tales of the Shadows? Okay. Okay, so there's... Oh boy. Let me just do this. This is probably a good idea. Actually, I changed my mind. I think it's probably better to do this. That's better. So there's One Name, One Promise, Echoes of Delusion, of World Forsaken Through His Eyes, Small Mercies, A Dream Partnership, Ere Our Curtain Falls, and Unpromised Tomorrow. The top 4 intended to be read post 5.0, and the bottom are 5.3. Okay. Ere Our Curtain Falls is one that you will love, but start with one name. Okay. Do you think that's what I should do? I just go in release order. Okay. Yeah, we'll just do one name. We'll just do this one. Okay. So. All right, we'll do this, and do you guys like the field of view here? Like, do you want to be able to like follow along in the story? Okay, perfect. That good? We all on the same page here. Everything's doing it. Yeah, no problem. No problem. Alright, let me look at some super quick. Perfect. All right, let's start. Allow me to... I'm actually gonna mute the music in the background here. So I think what I'm gonna do instead is play like... Ooh. No, I know what I'm gonna do. We're reading Shadowbringer stories, right? I have the perfect ambient background music. So let me just like get myself situated. Gotta be thematic, right? Okay, I'll go up here then. All right. There, how's this? Does this work? All right. Just move this a little bit. So I'm gonna speak fairly softly. I'm gonna move my mic just a bit closer. All right. In this den of pirates and thieves, those who cast the darkest shadows are wont to wear the white. Helps them blend in, disappear into the streetscape. This is a Thancred story. In that sense, I reckon ye were born for this line of work. So the man mused indifferently as he grabbed the small boy's silver locks. They were not father and son, nor blood relatives of any sort. just a child who knew no life but that on the streets, and a merchant of ill repute, who was all too eager to employ the urchin in one shady scheme after the next. Business partners, and nothing more. It was a different time. Back in the days before Admiral Merlwyb forbade piracy and brought a measure of order to Limsa, in that lawless place, a street rat could do worse for allies than a black marketeer of questionable moral fiber. Needless to say, some patrons were bad, while others were worse. Allow yourself to be lured in by the promise of easy coin, you might find yourself with a cutlass to your chin. Sounds kind of sexy, though. There was but one constraint. Once the job was done, both parties moved on, sometimes without so much as a fare thee well. And thus Thancred spent his formative years. For better or for worse, he was an apt pupil, agile of body and sharp of mind. He could take care of himself, and give the dangers that lurked at every turn a suitable wide berth. At one point, he even managed to integrate himself with the dutiful sisters, keepers of the code, feared even by the most fearsome buccaneers. And yet, in the end, he chose to move on. There was something about them, the quiet passion, the pride they took in their work, that never sat right with the boy. It was by no means a glamorous life, nor less an easy one. But it was the only life he knew. That is, until the day he took it into his head to ply his trade on the piers. Word had it that a trader was arriving from across the seas, and coin purses would be flush with gil and ripe for the taking. The elderly Elzen, whom he chose as his mark, had other ideas, however. No sooner had the boy lifted a hand than he had found himself flat on his back, his limbs bound by powerful magics. A short life in the jail beckoned, or perhaps a quick death. And the strangest thing happened. The man took him by the hand, led him to a quiet corner away from the bustling crowds, looked him straight in the eye and said, "My name is Louis Sois Levier. I am a scholar from across the seas. What is your name, child?" "Thancred," the boy mumbled, still in disbelief. "Thancred? What? Have you a family?" The old man continued with a sympathetic smile. Just Thancred," the boy shrugged, "and I don't have a family, at least none that I know of." The man had called himself Louis Sois paused for a moment, stroking his beard before appearing to come to a conclusion. "You are quick and able beyond your years. Were you only in a place where you could learn to use these gifts for the good of all, rather than merely as tools for your own survival, why, there's no telling what life you may lead." Thancred listened in silence, his frown speaking volumes. "It's not as if I chose this, you know." But Louis Sois responded with a sad yet knowing smile, and the words that would change this boy's life forever. "Come with me to Charlian. You are a gifted child, and there is much that I would teach you there. I would teach you." And so, it was Thancred's new life began. And so it was that's a weird way to word that. And it was so that Thancred's new life began. To commemorate the occasion, Thancred was to claim the surname of Waters. Such flourishes had been unnecessary on Limson streets, but would be indispensable in more respectable locales. Thancred chafed at first, not keen to declare his lowly heritage to all and sundry, but Master Louis Sois would brook no opposition. "Thalic, guardian of rushing rivers and purveyor of knowledge," the sage mused. "A lad such as yourself could do far worse for a protector." And so Thancred grudgingly accepted the name he would come to wear with pride. Louis Sois also found a suitable mentor for the child, an old hand in covert operations that would train Thancred to follow in his printless footsteps. Charlian was a society that valued knowledge and expertise in all forms, and shadowy agents were not shunned as disreputable rogues, but respected as key contributors to the nation. It was in such a capacity that Louis Sois hoped the boy might excel and find his true calling. Stunned as he was at this turn of events, Thancred was no fool. He understood the future Louisoix envisioned for him and endeavored all that he could do to meet his patron's expectations. He honed his body that he might infiltrate the most impregnable of strongholds in the harshest of environments, and his mind that he might charm the wariest of merchants and socialites in the most critical of circumstances. Before he knew it, the streetwise child of the Limousin alleyways was no more. In his place stood a confident youth who could pose as anyone's friend and confident long enough to procure the knowledge his client demanded. A short while later, Thancred's surpassing skills were recognized, and upon his skin was inscribed the sigil of an Archon. When Louisoix gazed upon this mark, he could scarce contain his joy. The boy he had personally led out of penury and taken under his wing had realized his potential. Aw. Louisoix's really nice. That's so sweet of him. Also, like, Thancred has a college degree in espionage. Like I knew that, but like just hearing this again, like, damn. Also, retroactively, Louisoix was like a good dude, right? Like, he was like a hella good dude, right? Because that's the impression I'm getting. My man, like, a boy tried to steal from him and recognized that, like, he's like a good kid, but hasn't had an opportunity to really make something of his life, right? So they just like, he's like, all right, well, I'm just gonna give you the opportunity. Huh. I low-key wish I got cool tattoos for graduating, right? Same. Huh. Yeah, Louisoix seems like a great dude, not gonna lie. And Grandpappy. I can see why they look up to him, yeah. Because I was like, that would have been like, what, 20? Yeah, like 20 years ago or so? Maybe more, maybe like 25 years ago? Damn. He really, like, saved Thancred's life in a way. It was about at this time that Thancred first met the child he knew only as Alicia, one of the first recruits of Master Louisoix's Circle of Knowing. He was on a top-secret mission to Ul'dah, tasked with doing what he could do to quell the flames of war that threatened to engulf Eorzea. Wait, I think I know who this is. To his acquaintances, he was simply a traveling bard, hoping to hone his skills and study swordplay in this land of gladiators and mercenaries. In truth, his mission was to use his knowledge of the primals as a bargaining chip, that he might gain the trust of the Syndicate, the Sultana, and any others who wielded the influence in this land overflowing with wealth and intrigue, in hope that he might stave off, however briefly, the threat of warlike Garlemald. But the best-laid plans of men oft to go awry, and it was not long until tragedy reared its ugly head, and the child Thancred had only just befriended was co-signed to a crueler fate than he had ever known. As the dust settled, the young girl clung to her father, pleading with the gods for him to remain a moment longer. Part of him was keenly aware that the child was all alone now, as he had been once. This part pitied her, knowing that she would be forced to sacrifice to survive in this cruel and unfeeling world. And another part of him, a more selfish part he would admit, seethed with pain and regret. As much as he had grown, as strong as he had become, in the end, he was powerless. I failed her when she needed me most. Fortunately, the child was not without friends in the world. The songstress Philomene soon resolved to serve as her guardian and protector, and so Thancred's role in the child's story came to an end. Or seemed as if it might. But for reasons he struggled to explain, he could not let go so easily. Perhaps it was the knowledge that the child's father had betrayed his Garlean spymasters before his death, or that danger still might follow at his wake. Or perhaps it was something far simpler, though the former made a convenient excuse. Needless to say, he had many more important responsibilities. Nevertheless, whenever his duties brought him to Uldal, he would make sure to look in on Alicia, lest she get caught up in anything unsavory. Dispatching common louts was easy enough, but on those occasions he found himself face to face with an undercover Garlean operative. No doubt one who had followed her father's trail. Shivers would run down his spine. When it became clear that it would be nigh impossible to shake their trail, Thancred decided to step forth from the shadows and make a proposition. You should take on a new name and assume a new life. Only then might you free yourself from your father's legacy. Trust me, it is for your own good. Alicia looked him in the eyes and considered the implication of his words without prejudice. After a moment, she nodded in agreement. Very well, but what name shall I take? Thancred closed his eyes, thought briefly for a moment, then spoke. Minfilia, he said with quiet conviction. Minfilia Ward. It was nearly as inspired a name as one Louis Sois had convinced him to embrace so many years ago. A common enough name for a Highlander girl, yet not one so overused as to draw unnecessary attention. A name that would keep her safe in Thancred's absence. Minfilia, she said with a smile. Yes, I rather like the sound of it. Oh, that's so sad, dude. Oh, that's so sad. Oh, I'm gonna cry. Also, thanks, Fizzy. I appreciate it. How are these gonna make you cry? Oh my god. Thancred, buddy. All right. Hoo. One night, after seeing to some reconnaissance task or other, Thancred found himself aimlessly wandering the streets of Uldal, as he was wont to do. It was then he spotted Minfilia, sporting a pickaxe and other assorted gear. The girl as if nothing if not devoted to the cause. Is something the matter? He asked. Surely your tasks didn't require you to stay out quite so late. Oh, Thancred, Minfilia responded calmly. It's nothing, really. I simply got distracted. For all her outward projection of strength, something was clearly weighing on the girl's mind. And so Thancred flashed an understanding smile and offered to escort her home. It was not far to the humble abode where she lived with Philomene, and he hoped that he might learn more of her troubles. The conversation quickly turned from that topic to the rumors of the day, and several inconsequential laughs later, they arrived at their destination. Thank you, Thancred, Minfilia offered before fixing him with a look. Do take care not to overdo it at the tavern. You are too quick to forget yourself. Especially in the company of women. I will heed your sage advice as if my very life depended on it, Thancred replied in a tone that made it clear he had no intention of doing anything of the sort. Minfilia sighed as she pushed the wooden door open. For a moment, the warm orange-hued glow of the lanterns within bathed the alleyway. For a moment, the warm orange-hued glow of the lanterns within bathed the alley and Thancred in light. With a farewell wave, the girl stepped inside, and as the door closed behind her with a creak, that fleeting glimpse of warmth and tranquility vanished along with her. From beyond the threshold 1,000 malms away came a gentle voice. Welcome home, my dear. alone in the alleyway, Thancred took a deep breath. It is not for you. He had seen the girl safely home, and though it had been a simple task, he felt prouder than he had in a long, long time. Cries help. Also, how are you, hun? Oh my god. Dude, he just walked her home. Why am I sad? Alright. How many years has it been? Thancred had long since lost count. He pondered the memory as he delved deeper into the tunnels beneath the city of Yulmore in the first. Quite literally, a world away from home. Just as he had been many times in his younger days, he was here on a mission to rescue a young girl. The streets of Yulmore were lined with soaring, majestic buildings, carved from pristine white marble, though there were many differences, of course. Thancred could not help but to be reminded of Limsolominsa. In this den of pirates and thieves, those who cast the darkest shadows are wont to wear white. He had shed the Ilmorian soldier's garb he had worn to gain entry, donning it in its stead his own coat of purest white. The garments were light and flowing, befitting a man who had traded 2 daggers for a gunblade. A man resolved to serve as a guardian and a protector. The white, too, was Thancred's choice. A color that would allow him to travel unmarked in this world flooded with light. Were he an honorable knight burning with a sense of duty, no doubt he would have chosen to clad himself in black, raising high the villain's flag in a land where despots draped themselves in mantles of virtue. But such indulgences would have to wait until after he saved her. The reef from which the city of Yulmore was carved extended far below the surface of the ocean. The massive subterranean chamber in which Thancred found himself was said to have been used as a storehouse in one age, and as a safe haven to shelter people from sin-eaters in another. Under the rule of Lord Vothry, it had been converted into a makeshift jail and a pantry for meal, the substance that served to provide the sustenance of the citizens of Yulmore and to secure their loyalty. It was the deepest chamber of those cavernous halls that Thancred sought, a location he had identified only after months of reconnaissance. He evaded the eyes of watchmen, painlessly and effortlessly dispatching those whom he deemed might interfere with their escape. Were he on his own, infiltrating the most heavily guarded areas of Yulmore would be a simple task, but to spirit away a prisoner, a child who knew nothing of the battlefield, no less, he would need to take every precaution. After disposing of yet another guard, Thancred arrived at his destination. Though his allies in the first called her Menphilia, the Exarch had cautioned him not to expect a reunion. Even so, Thancred felt a connection with this girl he had yet to meet. He knew in his heart of hearts what he must do. Exhaling softly, he turned the key and unlocked the door. The chamber was unnervingly ordinary. Where Thancred had expected a dank cell, he found instead a simple, yet all too comfortable-looking bed, and a smallish chest of drawers, a desk, and a matching chair suitable for study, equipped with a parchment and a quill. The centerpiece of the room was a mighty bookshelf, lined from top to bottom, end to end with impressive tomes. Aside from the lack of windows, one would scarcely have cause to complain. Yet this made this makeshift cell all the more unsettling. There was no despair, but nor was there any hope to be found. It was simply a place for the God King of Yulmore to keep the Oracle of Light as his prisoner and pet until the end of days. Sitting atop the bed in the center of the chamber, the young girl turned to our unexpected visitor and stared at him with eyes of crystal. You are? The girl's voice was once reminiscent of and entirely different from young Azalea's. Another life had been waiting beyond that door. A life of love and hope. A family. Minfilia, it's time to go. As Thancred spoke the name, he saw her smile in the dark, her silhouette against the blinding light. He extended a hand. After a moment's hesitation, the girl took it. This time, I will make it right. His turn! Okay, sorry. I love that. That was so good. That was so good. That was super good. That was a great... Did you guys like that? That was awesome. That was fantastic. I thought that was fantastic. Seriously, oh my god. Like, it just makes me appreciate Thancred way more than I already do. I love him. It just reminds me of how much I love Thancred, too. He's one of my favorite characters. He really is. Oh my god. Did you enjoy that? Did you like the reading? Did you like the story? Is that thumbs up? Thumbs up on the content? That's a good short story, it really is. So I love the reading. Nice. Round 2, when you see the lion, Irene says, but this time I'll fight too. Yeah. Nice. Well, I'm glad you guys liked it. Because we have another. Echoes of Delusion. The evening found them at their usual table, in the Shiokaze Hostelry. Though he and his traveling companion had by now become a familiar sight in Kugane, few there had any inkling of just how odd of a pair they'd made. A dragon slayer and albeit retired, and a dragonette. Oh, this is Anstinian. It's well that you had me get us out of that predicament, Orn Kai. Oh, is this the dragon? Alright. It's well that you had me get us out of that predicament, Orn Kai observed in the insufferable smug tone of his. And not for the first time, but this, Anstinian decided, was one time too many. Face darkening, he snatched a piece of sun-dried squid, known to the locals as surume, and from the plate between them, making the diminutive dragon blink. A predicament of your making, your false lead that caused us needless toil. Tearing off some chewy squid with his teeth, he let out an irritated sigh. Gods, how did it come to this? But the answer he knew all too well. He's so angry. It had begun amidst smoke and ash of Gimlet Dark, when he had plucked the Warrior of Light from the jaws of death. Having borne his stricken comrade to the Ishgardian encampment, he had promptly taken his leave, reasoning that his skill with the lance would be of more use on the battlefield than in the infirmary. And so he had turned his steps back towards the fighting, minded to lend the Alliance his strength, only to learn that it was no longer needed. For Xenos had withdrawn from the front lines, leaving the Imperial forces defanged and in disarray. Thus had Anstinian found himself aimlessly wandering in the snow-swept fields of Coerthas, which is where he had heard a familiar draconic voice calling out to him. Orn Kai. In the past, he had aided the dragonet in his quest to find his sire's long-lost consort, a journey to the Far East which had, it would seem, given the creature a taste for adventure. And now he wanted Enstinian to accompany him on another. "I've no interest in playing nursemaid," Enstinian had replied in a tone that brooked no discussion. But Ornkai was not to be discouraged. Having inquired as to the Elzen's age, he retorted with a smirk. "I've lived tenfold your years. It would seem I am the one who must play nursemaid." In such manner did their conversation unfold, and pain began to manifest in Einsteinian's temples. First niggling, I don't know how to pronounce that. I don't know. Whatever, that word. And then raging, until driven to the limits of his patience, he had declared with a snarl, "I had forsworn the slaying of dragons, but for you I mayhap I shall make an exception." This said, he had drawn his lance and made as if to thrust at his intercolluder, who duly cheered. "Yes, that's the spirit," Ornkai gleefully exclaimed before proceeding to apprise Enstinian of his plans. He had previously heard tell, he explained, of an intriguing legend, that of Seru, dragon worshipped in the Far East as a benevolent guardian, but feared in certain corners as a man-eating fiend. "I wish to ascertain the truth of these tales. If this dragon devours man-flesh, as some believe, it falls to us to end its reign of terror." So was it the Azure Dragoon had set forth once more to the Far East, a none too willing traveling companion to an all too willful dragonet. And though painstaking effort, trudging hither and yon gathering information, they had learned the truth of the legend, to their mutual disappointment, for the dragon known as Seru was no dragon at all, at least not of the kind they knew, but something more akin to a serpent. And to compound their jargon, their quest having dragged on for far longer than intended, they found themselves at the limits of their funds. For some days they were forced to endure empty bellies, but their luck had turned when Ornkai came to the attention of a proprietor of Kugane's most famous hostelry. Like many a Hingen, the woman believed dragons to be a bringer of good fortune, and she had offered them board and lodging in exchange for attracting customers. That's really interesting, because Seru is from the Four Lords, I believe. So that's a nice touch. And here we are, a spectacle for drunkards. "How ungrateful," Ornkai said with mock indignance. "I find myself less and less inclined to sear your squid." As little as Enstinian cared for the dragon's pertness, at a moment he cared less for the dry rice without any savory accompaniment. "Fine. I'm grateful." He managed, resisting the urge to roll his eyes. "Now sear me another one, will you?" Seemingly placated, Ornkai breathed fire upon the cerame, which released a mouth-watering aroma as it cackled and charred. Enstinian allowed it a moment to cool before helping himself to another bite of his strangely addictive snack. Even as he savored the flavor and texture, footsteps rang out from the direction of the tavern's entrance. "Welcome to the Shiokaze Hostelry," Ornkai cheerily called out to the newly arrived patrons. With a brief shake of his head, Enstinian drew breath to offer his own half-hearted greeting, only for the words to die on his lips when he turned around and saw two Lalafellan maidens standing there upon the threshold. "There you are!" shrilled the one in the pink kimono. "Oh, this is... oh my god. There you are!" shrilled the one in the pink kimono. Though she had adopted a local attire, there was no mistaking Tataru Taru, the Scion's indomitable receptionist, and beside her, the even less mistakable, in her distinctive robe, was Kryle Baldenson. Oh my god, this is great. Staring wide-eyed at him. Whatever it was that the Archeon saw, it clearly amused her. for she's suddenly racked by paroxysms of poor, stifled laughter. Forgive me, she said tearily, struggling for breath. I had heard the Azure Dragoon had hung up his lance, but I did not expect that he would take up to serving to a surfing trade instead. To that assessment, Instinian could offer no retort. And as much as her amusement irked him, above all, he was troubled by the creeping sense that he was about to be drawn into yet another bothersome affair. He turned to Ornkai. "'Tis time we went on our separate ways, little one. But so long as you remain here, you shan't want for comfort. Fare you well." Sparing the visitors of no further glance, Instinian picked up his travel sack with the tip of his lance and swung it over his shoulder, and leapt. He shot up to the hostelry's upper level, landing gracefully amidst the startled revelers, who broke out into rapturous applause at what they assumed must be a performance. Discarding the ovation, he dashed through the door and out into the night. Instinian straight up, like he sees the Lalafels and is like, "Well, I guess this is where we part ways, Ornkai." And just books it, like, the dude just fucking sprints out of there. Oh my god. That's fantastic. That's literally perfect. Yeah, he just Oh, I love Stinky. What a guy. Ryu, thank you so much for the follow. I super duper appreciate it. Hope you're having an absolutely fabulous day, because my name are fabulous. Love you just as much. Welcome. How are you? Just T-posted to the sky, just leave. Oh my god. You know, he just gets out of there. Damn. Alright, back to the story. He knew at once where to bend his steps, Kugane Ohashi. From across the bridge, there lay the rest of Shishu, an entry to which was forbidden by all Injins save a privileged few. Surely it would be the last place they would think to look for him. But he had scarcely settled into a spot against the bridge, balustrade, to let his haze of wine clear from his head when, among the passing traffic, the Lalafels appeared again. You do know they won't let you pass without one of these. Teteru waved a parchment in front of him, bearing a Pharishan script and a crimson seal. An entry permit. Why am I not surprised? But what was surprising was how quickly they managed to track him down. At that moment, a boat plying the channel below chanced to draw near. He did not stop to think, and sprung onto its mast. A few moments and several leaps later, Instinian was taken in the city from the roof of Kugane Castle, a self-satisfied grin upon his face. Let them try and find me here. Absent-mindedly, he withdrew from what was left of his surame from the pocket where he had secreted it, and raised it to his mouth, and stared. On a nearby walkway, two Lalafels were emerging, led by a Sexegumi blade bearing a lantern. What sorcery is this? In that instance, it occurred to Instinian that they may well have had a good reason to seek him out. The thought quickly faded, however. Perhaps it was the wine, a potent variety sourced from the main island. Perhaps it was simply his nature. But the more they pursued him, the more determined he became to elude them. Just need to steer clear until the morning. Thus resolved, he stepped off the rooftop and dropped down, down, down to the ground. This is great. Oh my god. Instinian runs on spite. After what seemed to be an eternity, the night sky began to take on a gray of dawn. A little longer, and Kuroboro Maru would leave for port and bear Instinian away beyond the reach of Scion troubles. But even as he allowed himself to hope, the selfsame cheery voice that had haunted him all night rang out. Anyone would think you were trying to avoid us. You cannot be serious. Groaning inwardly, he turned to face his unrelenting pursuers, his mind racing as he considered his options. It was then that the Baldessian woman fell to one knee, cradling her head. Are you all right? Tataru crouched down beside her companion in a state of alarm. Therikin had plainly overexerted himself during the night-long game of cat and mouse, unable to stop himself from fleeing, feeling a measure of culpability. He was about to proffer a hand when Kral's shoulders began to shake with laughter, as poorly stifled as it was before. Oh, Einsteinian. Never would I have imagined. She made an effort to look at him, but the sight of his face seemed only to add to her amusement, sending her into further paroxysms. What's this now? Did you see something from his past? Tataru asked, her voice dripping with curiosity. It was already well on the way to being a warm day, and Stydian felt a chill to rival the Coerthan night. He knew that, like the Warrior of Light and Ysael, Krile was blessed with the Echo and could peer into the past through another's eyes. He could not begin to guess which mortifying episode in his life she had just witnessed. There were simply too many. Finally composing herself, Krile stood upright and regarded Enstidian with a look of pity. Be at ease. I am not so heartless as to reveal what I saw. Not here and now, at any rate. Damn you to the bottom of the seventh hell. But enough about that. She continued. Oh. But enough about that. She continued sweetly. We were hoping to speak with you, if you have a moment. And Stydian's shoulders rose and fell as he sighed in resignation. The chase was over. Later that morning, Stydian stood upon the deck of a merchant vessel, bound for Rad's at Han, on his way to the Empire. He had been charged with finding, and if possible, destroying an alchemical weapon by the name of Black Rose. Left unchecked, the Garleans would inevitably bring the deadly gas to bear against their enemies, Ishgard among them. The method of his recruitment apart, he could not well stand idly while his comrades were thus threatened, nor could he deny that he was well suited to the task. As he gazed out at the ruby sea, he rested a hand upon the reassuring weight hanging at his waist. Leather pouch heavy with coin. The spoil of some lucrative venture pertaining to the Far Eastern legends. According to Tataru, yet another bothersome journey. But at least I shan't want for funds. Reaching into his travel sack, he pulled out a piece of freshly seared surame, a parting gift from Orn Kai. He took a bite, making sure to chew it slowly. There's no telling when he would see any more. This man and his roasted squid. I also love, too, that I'm assuming this line of lucrative venture pertaining to Far Eastern legends is the Four Lords quest being referenced again, which is really cool to see that, like, come back into, like, an MSQ way, or just, like, come into the MSQ, because, like, it's never really mentioned all that much. I like it. It's a nice touch. Also, I like the mental image of Krile and Tataru, just two short Lalafell girls walking around and, like, chasing Stydian down. I love that he just booked it. Like, he just absolutely booked it. That was fantastic. Oh, don't look at that. Okay. Anyway, yeah, no, just, I love that, like, I love that mental image in my brain. Perfect. Okay. They basically implied they've given you an absolute ridiculous amount of money. Yeah, no, exactly. It's great. Mm-hmm. Following, like, a slasher villain, right? At around the same time, Tataru and Kryle were sitting at the Shiokaze hostelry, taking refreshments with their new friend, Orn Kai. So, tell us, Kryle, Tataru began, her cheeks flushed with rice wine. What scandalous event from Enstinian's past did you see? Like the morning sun peering out over the horizon, a coy smile slowly broke on Kryle's lips. I'm sorry? Whatever gave you the impression I saw such a thing? Their boisterous laughter could be heard as far away from the water's edge, but thankfully, not beyond. That's adorable. Aww. I like it. Aww, this is great. Okay. Welcome back, Loop. Glad you made it home. I know people... Wait, people don't like Kryle? I didn't know people were objectively wrong about everything they've ever thought before. I'm kidding. That's a little harsh. But, like, people don't like Kryle? Why? I love Kryle. She's great. Why don't you like Kryle? Why? Does Kryle at any point give you a reason to dislike her? I really want to see more of Kryle. I'd really like her to join Trusts as like a white mage. That'd be really cool. She's one of the big brains of the Scions. She's great. Especially since like Y'shtola was the white mage, but like isn't anymore. Suppose maybe she's not a fighter or something? Eye roll. God. Yeah, I love her. That story was cute, and I love her and Tataru hanging out. Also, just on a side note, I actually really enjoy. I really do enjoy how, like, they treat Lalafell so seriously. Hi, Rio. How are you? Like, they called Kryle a woman. Like, they just referred to as a Baldessian woman. And, like, yeah, she is. And, like, it's a really nice touch that she's taken very seriously. Both of them are. But just, like, the mental image of just, like, the two, like, little Lalafells walking around is, like, hilarious. But they're also not a joke. Like, they're very serious characters. I don't feel like a joke race at all, and I'm all for it. Yeah. I really do want a badass Lalafell. Like, that's kind of why I want Kryle to be a white mage. Just to, like, further accentuate that, you know? Yeah, like, they take Lalafells very seriously. They're just short. That's it. They're not children. They're not weird. They're not silly. They're just Lalafells. Yeah, but Pippin, like, we don't see Pippin do much. Like, I want to see it happen. Especially Kryle. Yeah, Kryle's a serious woman. Totally agree. Yeah, I know Shantota was a Tarutaru. And I miss her, and I want to be her friend. Kryle kept the science alive during Shadowbringers? Yeah, that is true. But on to the next story. A World Forsaken. Let's see who this is about. Objective: to record and analyze events surrounding the 8th Umbral Calamity, based on information extrapolated from statements and reports made by Sid Garland. Following a series of decisive victories, the former imperial colonies of Doa and Alamigo overthrew their provincial rulers and secured independence from Garlemald. This prompted other occupied territories to rise up against their oppressors and join force with the Eorzean and Eastern alliances. The Garleans responded by marching the bulk of their troops to Gimlet, on the Alamigan border where the Allied armies gathered to repel them. Though peace negotiations were attempted, the differences between the opposing sides proved irreconcilable, with open warfare the only viable recourse. Against expectation, the well-equipped and highly organized Imperial legions failed to capitalize on their early advantage, allowing the Alliance to stage a counterattack. One possible cause for such an ineffectual display on the part of the Garlean troops was for the high proportion of conscripted soldiers who, in the words of Master Sid, lack the conviction required to maximize their combat capabilities. Unfortunately, I'm not programmed to assess such unquantifiable variables, and this theory must therefore be dismissed as mere conjecture. I can, however, state that with some degree of certainty that the arrival of the once known as the Scions of the Seventh Dawn was a critical factor in the Garleans' defeat. Is this Omega? Is this Omega? After the Empire's withdrawal, Sid Garland and his Ironworks colleagues, including the elusive Nero Scavia, traveled to the Burn on the Arthurian subcontinent to bolster the field generators at Seryu's Wall in preparation for the Garleans' next offensive. They set about their work unaware of the events unfolding elsewhere that would change the course of history until they received the first report, in which, according to Master Sid, was unusually brief. The Garleans have deployed a powerful new weapon on the Eorzean front. We tried to contact our comrades at Ralgar's Reach, but received no reply. Despite lacking several essential details, the message was entirely accurate. The reason the sender had been unable to communicate with said comrades was simple. They had been annihilated by Black Rose, a poisonous gas developed by the Garleans. This ingenious weapon halts the flow of aether within organic beings, causing the near immediate cessation of respiratory functions. Being highly potent and capable of rapid dispersal across a wide area, the majority of the settlements in nearby Omega were almost entirely depopulated in the aftermath. Contemporary reports state the damage extended far beyond the Alliance-held regions such as the Black Shroud and Thanalin to serve as Imperial territories, resulting in significant loss of life. This is Omega. But this is the ruined timeline. Right? That's exactly what this is. This is the bad ending. And Sid survived because he was in Doma at the time. Him and Nero were in Doma. That's why they survived. Also, hi, Kamsai. Hope you're doing well. Yeah. Oh my god, holy shit. Alright, back to reading. I'm in this. As my present configuration is only equipped with the basic audio-visual receptors, I must draw my conclusions from limited, and I am compelled to admit, unreliable sources of information. At the time of Black Rose's deployment, I was otherwise engaged deep within Olgaramo, and was unable to make detailed observations of the weapon's effects. The yellow-plumed creature that was accompanying me appeared to sense something at the approximate moment the gas was released, gazing into the empty space with an expression that mortals describe as perturbed. Yeah, this is Omega. Yep, this is Omega. This is Omega narrating us. Omega is narrating to us what happened in the Dark Timeline. And it appears Omega and Alpha are in Olgaramo, which this is juicy. This is really good, because this confirms on one hand, yeah, literally Omega. It is literally Omega doing this. Like, on one hand, it's Omega, like, this is confirmation that Omega is indeed running around the world with Alpha learning about the world. It is also so interesting to hear Omega, like, retelling these stories of events because Omega would survive because Omega's a robot, right? No Aether, right? So like, and just, yeah, I was engaged deep in Ogurama, was able to make detailed observations of the weapon's effect when the gas dropped. But Omega and Alpha were there, and they survived. And that's incredible. Omega got what they wanted. Omega did. Omega really got what they wanted. And this is so cute, but also so horrifying. But Omega's the perfect person to tell this story. Oh my god. Exactly, yeah, the gas can't hurt them. This is amazing. This is fantastic. I fucking love this. This is so cool. Objective: to record and analyze the events surrounding the 8th Umbral Calamity based on information acquired from Sid Garland. Master Garland has made numerous attempts to initiate conversation with me despite my current vessel being no more than a simplistic automaton conceived as a plaything, lacking any ordinary mechanisms with which to respond. These utterances, though made in a state of obvious intoxication, provided me with an invaluable data. While the individual recordings contain a wide range of observations, many are superfluous to my investigation, so I've compelled only those which I deem relevant. True witch. Omega finds Alpha. Omega thinks Alpha's accompanying them rather than the reverse, yeah? It's adorable. Black Rose wrought immeasurable destruction to organic life forms, resulting in widespread environmental upheaval. The ambient aether ceased to flow along its normal channels and stagnated, rendering the land barren and uninhabitable. Inevitably, the wild imbalance of natural energies affected the neighboring regions and, in some cases, led to sudden and unpredictable alterations to flora and fauna. Overnight, the crops on which man relied on sustenance became toxic, further increasing the death toll. In the aftermath of these unprecedented disasters, the communities formed by sentient beings fell into disarray, and all forms of societal organization from small settlements to entire nations were abandoned, as individuals struggled desperately to avoid annihilation. It did not take long for the cascading environmental repercussions to be felt in Garlean territory. Due to the after effects of Black Rose, the ceruleum that once supported daily life in the Empire and powered its magic armies failed to combust. The machines, dully, fell silent, bereft of the energy required to set them into motion. The creatures that escaped the initial devastation were thrust into a battle of survival. Among them, those belonging to the supposedly civilized races were particularly quick to turn on their brethren in a bid to seize control of land and resources. While they attempted to justify these wanton acts of violence with a range of superficially logical explanations, it is my assessment that greed and desperation were the primary motivating factors behind their actions. Master Sid and his colleagues frequently refer to the situation as a quagmire, though in figurative rather than literal sense. Much like an actual quagmire, it threatened to pull mankind into an inescapable predicament. Correct interpretation of the audio data recorded at the time is dependent on accurate comprehension of this metaphorical expression. The mortals who found themselves in this quagmire were no longer governed or protected by social convictions of societal norms, instead reverting to a more primitive way of life, closer to those referred to as beastkin. However, certain groups of sentient beings were reluctant to accept this descent into savagery, with Garland Ironworks being one such example. This is really good. I also like the note that ceruleum does not function anymore because it requires aether to fire and combust to create energy. And in gassing the land, all of their magitech goes out too, which puts the Garleans right back to square one, which is very interesting. And then I like this confirmation too. That means Omega likely does not run on any type of ceruleum or maybe potentially on any type of aether. That Omega is a robot that is created without those types of things. Which makes sense considering that Omega is an alien, and makes sense with how advanced Omega's culture was. But like, Omega is an entirely different creature, even if Omega's currently trapped in a small, toy-like device. Which is really interesting. Its members expended considerable time and effort in largely unsuccessful attempts to bring an end to numerous conflicts that had erupted. In addition, they hunted down and reprimanded those who sought to profit from the desperation of their fellow survivors, and offered a safe haven to the exploited. While their deeds earned them the support of many like-minded individuals, the number of comrades gained paled in comparison to those lost in the days which followed. I recorded one particular incident in which a Lalafell engineer was carried back to headquarters after being mauled by a carnivorous beast, while overseeing the digging of a well. Despite treatments administered by trained Churigans, his wounds were beyond healing, and his vital signs began to fade. As he lay dying, one Ironworks member in particular, a Rhodian male, considered to be the stricken Lalafell's closest friend, God damn it. Considered to be the stricken Lalafell's closest friend, refused to leave his bedside, gripping the patient's limp hand, and whispering words of encouragement appeared to revive him for a few brief moments. Drawing on his final reserves of stamina, the diminutive engineer demanded that his counterpart live on and produce offspring to continue his legacy. To this, the larger man responded with a trembling voice. God, I can't do this. Dude, what the fuck? To this, the larger man responded with a trembling voice. It's high time you started a family yourself. Though that was, regrettably, not a realistic prospect. Smiling, the Lalafell replied, Sorry, but no one will ever compare to her. These were his final words. Yo, what the fuck, dude? Are you kidding me? Why did they do that to us? God, this timeline really is the darkest timeline. Holy shit, dude. What the fuck? That's so sad. And I love, like... I love how factually Omega recalls everything. I don't think it's unsympathetic, but it's very factual. It's very, this is what happened. This is the story. God damn. Belalefel's death prompted an emotional response from my feathered associate, who pressed his tear-stained cheek against the lifeless body. Sometime later, once Master Sid and his colleagues had finally exhausted their supply of tears, they gathered for a lengthy discussion, their expressions ever growing more despondent as the talks continued. They eventually arrived at the conclusion that they lacked the means to restore their shattered world, with their only viable option being to entrust future generations with the knowledge that they had accumulated in the hope that their successors may one day find a solution. This was met with some resistance, however, as many expressed disapproval at the idea of forsaking those in the present day in order to save a world they may never live to see. Unable to deny this, Master Sid simply nodded and said, "Even so, our sacrifice will not be for naught." With that, Garland Ironworks found what I believe to be its true purpose. I love this. Objective: to continue recording and analyzing events surrounding the 8th Umbral Calamity. The researchers of Garland Ironworks continue to investigate the process by which Black Rose, possessed of destructive power far exceeding its creator's expectations, triggered the 8th Umbral Calamity. They believe that understanding the nature of this catastrophe could reveal a means by which it might be averted entirely. Their aim was to change the past to create an alternate reality in which the calamity never occurred. A feat rendered conceivable by their knowledge of advanced technologies of fallen civilizations. However, many of those who would bear the burden of continued existence in a world ravaged by Black Rose failed to see this as a viable stratagem. Such responses were consistent with my projections, as it is generally the primary objective of all life forms to secure their own survival in the here and now. Many of Master Sid's followers either refused to cooperate or expressed desire to leave the Ironworks altogether. Certain former employees went as far to appropriate equipment and supplies by force before heading into the wilderness to fend for themselves. Although the vast majority opposed Sid's radical proposition, a select few remained in there to lend their assistance. Research into the 8th Umbral Calamity continued, aided by experts in the fields of magic and ethereal science. During this period, one loyal scholar noted that, while preventing the disaster may not solve all the problems that had afflicted the world of the past, the one dubbed the Warrior of Light would still be alive. The various members of the team each had their own personal connection to the deceased, and the notion of creating an alternative past in which their heroes survived the calamity met with unanimous approval. It is impossible to discern the manner in which the theory affected the motivation of the Ironworks staff and their associates, or whether some external factor triggered a sudden increase in their mental faculties. But the fact by which they eventually succeeded in unraveling the mystery surrounding the 8th Umbral Calamity is a matter of record. In addition, by presenting their plan as an attempt to save the Warrior of Light rather than a bid to rewrite history, they were able to gain the support from survivors of many different species and subgroups. Representatives from various settlements came to donate resources and foodstuffs to Garland Ironworks. Despite possessing barely enough to sustain themselves, many of them were also acquainted with the Warrior of Light, some even claiming to have been beneficiaries of the hero's late acts of philanthropy. A semi-aquatic creature known as the Namazu, who had arrived bearing donations, imparted information apparently gleaned from premonitory dreams. The following is an extract of his recorded testimony. I love you, Echo. Or Violet. The world was never in such a ruinous state in the vision sent to me by the Big One, no. Segetsu the Enlightened said that the future I witnessed... Segetsu the Enlightened said the future I witnessed was part of another history, a different chain of events with no 8th Umbral calamity at all. Whatever that means. It remains to be seen whether this is anything of more than nonsensical ramblings of an anthropomorphic catfish, but I shall store it in my databanks for future analysis. Over time, the support of Ironworks continued to grow, their cause finding allies in the most unexpected of quarters. Memorably, during a routine mission transporting research materials, one of the vessels was ambushed by bandits, only to be rescued by an immense airship captained by a golden-haired Hyura female, claiming to be a sky pirate. She is reported to have made the following declaration. My mother was once snatched from the jaws of death by this champion of yours. As her successor as the Queen of the Skies, I mean to see that debt repaid in full. Instances of the Ironworks representatives being extricated from perilous situations were abnormally frequent. The apparent saviors included multiple non-humanoid entities. In one such example, an emissary who was attacked and thrown overboard while crossing the Ruby Sea reported waking up on the shores of a nearby island with a vague recollection of having been borne to safety by a large beast. Possibly a Cherleonin, or serpentine in nature. In similar incident, an ill-equipped messenger would have fallen to his death while traversing the Black Peaks of Som Al, if not for the intervention of a colossal white-winged creature, later identified as a dragon. According to the official report, there was a brief exchange for which the Dravanian rescuer expressed its disinterest in the affairs of man, particularly his insatiable thirst for conflict, before disappearing into the clouds. Must be noted that due to the lack of independent eyewitnesses or material evidence, this account remains unverified. You have Namazu, descendants of the Sky Pirates. From what I am understanding, the Four Lords and Race Velger all helping out the Ironwork. It really is, it's everybody. It's everybody that survived. You made so many friends, even in death. People were still trying to help you. Oh my god. Objective: to continue recording and analyzing events surrounding the 8th Umbral Calamity. With admirable dedication for a mortal, Master Sid continued to labor until the end of his natural lifespan. The years of painstaking research clearly took their toll. However, one day, as he penned his final words in his grand theory, I observed his hand quiver, as if the weight of his quill had at last defeated him. Breathing a weary sigh, he turned to Master Nero, who made the same shrugging gesture that I've observed on many occasions before saying, "Well, it certainly took you long enough." Previous analysis of Master Nero's behavioral patterns indicate that this was meant as a compliment, though Master Sid's exasperated expression appears to suggest it was not received as such. Be that as it may, the brief smile which subsequently crossed his lips led me to believe that he understood his counterpart's intent. Slowly rising to his feet, he shuffled towards the well-worn device referred to as a boil master, and poured coffee into 2 metallic containers, passing one to Master Nero. They duly raised the receptacles and brought them together in a percussive toasting motion, a ritual I've seldom witnessed. There having been little cause for celebration, the pair sipped their drinks, and for once, Master Nero refrained from expressing his distaste for the brew. A noteworthy anomaly. Master Sid then turned his gaze to the stack of papers on his desk and initiated the following exchange. So do you think this mad scheme of ours will ever come to fruition? Only time will tell, Garland. Lest you forget, the road to ruin is lined with good intentions, which your young protégés have in abundance. We can but hope they do a better job of saving the world than we did. Indeed. It's in their hands now. No further words were exchanged, and my sensors yielded no indication as to the thoughts of which occupied the pair's minds. So as they stood in silence, I attempted to form my own answer to Sid's questions. I could by this time emulate the cognitive processes of organic beings, as I had done on one particular occasion many years ago, in the moments immediately prior to the irreversible dissolution of my previous vessel. With what might be termed wakeful eyes, I reviewed the reports made by the Ironworks members following their investigations into the Crystal Tower, the mechanical primal known as Alexander, and the interdimensional rift, the findings of which were instrumental in formulating their plan to alter the past. Thus did I discover that each of these missions had one common element, that ended with a key figure entering a form of self-imposed exile. Oh, they did, didn't they? Huh. Graha, Mide, and Alpha/Omega. They all ended in exile. Not unlike a deep slumber. At times such as these, where one is to be separated from one's companions, whether it is by sleep or by death, there's a phrase which I have found to be particularly fitting. Good night. After the night comes the morning as the sun rises to greet the new day. While it may already be too late to mend this dying world, there are those who would strive to create a place where the sun will shine again. Not for their own sake, but for those in a past that may yet be saved. I think this is what mortals call hope. It is beautiful. Wow, holy shit, dude. I've always liked Omega. This just makes me like Omega more. And the narration here, too, is just... Like, the way this is written from Omega's perspective is so cool. It is such a cool and unique perspective. Oh, I want to see Omega again. Badly. And one thing this does do is this does confirm for a fact that Omega and Alpha are out in the world rooting around, have a good time, and you can see them in random events, right? But like, no, this isn't even like a meme. Like, Omega is conscious. Omega can't seem to speak in the small body, but Omega is conscious. Omega can see, think, understand, hear. Also, Sid X Nero canon? Question mark? Just saying. Dude. Oh my god. Omega can hear, feel, think. Oh my god. I want to see, there's no way that Omega does not come back into the story. I fucking put money on it. Return and team up with us somehow? Same. God. You know, Sid and Nero spending their entire lives together, as friends do, just together, the two of them asking each other if it was all worth it, together, the two of them doing that. Yeah. Yeah. Completely normal relationships, those two. We build Omega a new body. Mech Omega. Gotta get to the moon somehow. Sam, you ask like gating MSQ behind a raid series is something they haven't done already. Nah. Nah, I'm gonna...
It's like all my name days have come at once.
I bet they would do
Poggers?
it. I really bet they would do it. If it's gonna be important enough, I'm not thinking they're gonna like. I could see them in the MSQ. I really could. I think it does make sense. And they've already gated us one time before, so. And C, thank you so much for the 4 months. Did you know that 2 + 2 = 4, which is how many months you've been subscribed for? That's kinda poggers. You're a zoomer. Imagine them like Mandark and Dexter. Exactly, Sumi. Same. And to actually finish the Omega series, I really recommend it. I really do. It's great. So yeah. Or, you know, I wouldn't doubt it that maybe Sid just drops into the MSQ with Omega now, and then Omega's like, "Do you remember me?" And if you haven't met Omega, Omega's just like, you're just like, who are you?" Yeah, I'm not surprised. Oh yeah. All right. I think we got time for at least one more story, which I'm excited about. World Forsaken is probably my favorite one so far. That one's great. We got time for one more story. Gauging from Sumi's reaction, I am assuming I know who's involved in this story. I'm just gonna throw a wild guess out there. I think I have an idea. All right. Through his eyes. in a time long forgotten, men and gods were one and the same. I know exactly who this is about! Be still my beating heart. Alright. Oh, this is bad. And upon that star was their home. Men ruled supreme over the corporeal world within and without which existed in the ethereal realm. Throughout ages, this realm had been called many names. But in the beginning, it was known as the Underworld, the place to which departed souls returned. As water flows to the sea and rises to the sky before raining upon the land once more, the Underworld was a fundamental part of the cycle of life. For this reason, it was regarded at once with familiarity and reverence by men, who, despite their godlike powers, could not claim dominion over it. Wise though they were, they could only catch fleeting glimpses of the realm, channel but a silver of its power, and do not to control its ceaseless flow. However, among those who abided in that age, there were a chosen few who possessed an affinity with the underworld. And among their number, one stood tall. Another idyllic evening had descended upon Amrand. Citizens strolled carelessly along the streets of the gleaming capital, identical black-robed figures bathed in a gentle torchlight. Some would while the night was away in agreeable company. Others retire early to their beds. The illuminations served equally well for both. But he had chosen the time to spend time alone at the park. Reclining upon the manicured lawn, the cowl of his robe had fallen back to reveal the locks of white hair, which framed the unique red mask covering the upper half of his face, the sole item among his apparel that was his and his alone. To see him lazing there, most would have assumed he was simply gazing upon the stars or perhaps the glittering towers that seemed to reach for them. The sights that were reflected in his eyes, however, were a far cry from any seen by most men. What he beheld was the aether that comprised all things, radiating life, from the depths of the land to the heights of the firmament. Its light shone bright. Here and there, lives that had served their purpose drifted up upon the current that suddenly plunging down unto the underworld. That he could behold these wonders was not a wonder in itself. Many were blessed with the sight, yet very few indeed were as strong in the gift as him. As a man focuses his gaze upon the object of his interest, he needed to direct his attention towards the aether to behold all the lives born upon the currents. So acute was his vision, he could make not only the soul, the heart of life, but discern subtle differences in the hue of each, telling individual lives apart, and by virtue of his transcendent skill, he'd often been likened to a Desidin of the underworld. That's how he recognizes us. That's how he could find Y'shtola. For a while, he continued gazing up at the sky, watching the dance of aether along his thoughts. Watching the dance of aether alone with his thoughts, until the soft rustling of grass announced the approach of another. Noticing this, he shut his eyes tight, as if to will away the din, but the steps only drew nearer, growing louder and louder before finally becoming a voice overhead. I heard the tidings. Congratulations, Hades, or should I say, the Honorable Emmett Silk of the convocation of the 14? If I pretend not to notice, perhaps he will leave me in peace. He thought without much hope. As expected, but no less to his disappointment, the owner of the voice did not make his leave. Resigned, he grudgingly rolled over and heaved himself onto his feet. Having repositioned his cowl, he adjusted the grinning visitor with an unconcealed displeasure. There is naught to congratulate. I merely filled a void. One which I would remind you only existed because you refused the honor. Come now. It went to the candidate best suited to the office. You find practical use for that which you see, while I enjoy the scene for its own sake. And what does that say about your suitability for your own office? Perhaps I shall raise the subject to the Hall of Rhetoric. As he said these words, he glared daggers through his mask. But the threat, idle, as they both knew, served only to elicit a snort from the amusement from the chief of the Bureau of Architect, his close friend, Hythlodius. Attired in a black robe and a white mask, the man looked entirely unremarkable. Yet unlike Hades, he was eminently gifted in the ability to behold the underworld. As a matter of fact, were it purely a question of vision, his was the keener of the two. Precious little escaped his eyes, which could discern essence and appearance as plainly as night and day. This made him amply qualified for the highest office in the Bureau of Architect, the institution which oversaw the creation of concepts. And incurably smug. Arched by Hythlodius' unshakable good cheer, he snapped. Was there something else? And immediately regretted it when he saw the man's grin broaden. As a matter of fact, yes. Have you informed a certain someone of your appointment? Hardly necessary. The memorandum will see to it, if the gossip of the streets haven't already. News pertaining to the 14 is wont to spread quickly. Were you to ask my opinion, I would tell you such a momentous message warrants a personal delivery. Shall I ascertain our friend's whereabouts? It will take but a moment. I did not ask for your opinion, nor less your help. I understand you have pressing tasks, and I would not keep you from them. For the first time since Hythlodius' arrival, the grin faded from his lips, the tilt of the man's head, all but asking Hades how Hades could have known. And though he was certain he would regret answering the unspoken question, in the end he found himself yielding to an indeterminable silence. With a sigh, he continued. A short while ago, you received a visitor from the words of Lala Brea. The invariable means you have been tasked with to the inspection of considerable import, and by rights should not have time to spend in idleness. That you should seek me out at one such juncture suggests that you have a consultation or, the mind boggles, a request. For a moment, Hythlodius said nothing, as if mulling over the words, then his shoulders began to shake with laughter. You wooed me, old friend. I merely chanced to notice you lying there and wished to offer you my congratulations. As he continued, his voice took on an impish one. I dare say, given your new responsibilities, you even less time than me to spend in idleness. Of course, you were never one to rouse yourself, save when you deemed a matter worthy of your attention. Though said in jest, the uninvited observation did improve his mood. You have offered your congratulations, he said testily. If there's naught else, I shall be on my way. Seeing him turn to leave, Hythlodius hastily changed his tone. Wait, as you say, I have a consolation for you, and a request if you'll hear me out, most eminent Emet-Selch. An immortal bird, Hades repeated as they made their way through the restricted area of the Bureau of Architect. Hythlodaeus nodded. To be precise, it is not a living being, but magic woven in the likeness of a bird. One possessed of Possantelian powers. As befits a masterwork, so the words of La Brea, it is a thing of beauty. I don't doubt it. So what, then, is the problem? As I said, it is not a living being. The concept proposed was a magic of an avian guise. With this in mind, Hythlodaeus stretched out his hand, the enormous gate that stood before them. Soundlessly, the towering door swung open, and Hades found himself wincing at the ear-rending cry that emulated within. Furrowing his brow, he stepped across the threshold and greeted the sight of the magnificent bird, its plumes fairly afire, circling high in the vaulted hall. Having marked the creature's undeniable beauty, it took him but another moment to identify the problem, an unmistakable light shining in his heart. His breath caught in his throat. A soul? How? Though their mastery of creation magics, men could weave anything into existence. Anything they could imagine. They could bring forth anything, that is, except a soul. As Hades well knew, souls spontaneously manifested within creatures that were born in accordance with the laws of nature. It was a gift from the star itself, long held to be impossible to recreate. No artificial being, no matter how suitably sculpted an image of nature, could come to possess such a soul. Such creations occupied a separate classification known as arcane entities. There was an accident, Hythlodaeus began. During the concept's examination, a drifting soul merged with it, a soul burdened with regret. Judging by the being's behavior, it rages against the pull of the underworld. As he listened, Hades kept his gaze fixed on the creature, which flew about in a frenzy. No sooner would it dash itself against the wall in an explosion of broken feathers than it would heal itself repeat the grisly feat. The self-destructive dance unfolded again and again, with the creature occasionally giving vent to its overflowing magical reserves, or fury, as it seemed to him, as fiery breath. Witnessing the excruciating display, his thoughts poured into the unbidden from his lips. Consumed by the fear of death, it thrashes blindly about. It will know only pain and suffering and inflict the same upon others. A pitiful existence. Such moving empathy. It's as if you wore the feathers yourself. He waved a dismissive hand. Yes, yes. But what do you intend to do with it? Masterwork or no, we cannot well leave it as it is. There, Hythlodaeus turned to face him, that irritating smile having returned, and again he knew a pang of regret. As it is immortal after a fashion, we have not the ability to return it to the underworld. Our efforts would only cause it pain. Nay, we require the services of a powerful mage, and I know none more powerful than you. Once more he found himself glaring daggers at his friend, whose grin had only become broader than ever. But rather than give him the satisfaction of a complaint, he decided that he would make a debt of it. With another word, he focused his mind as he did. Excuse me. As he did, his silhouette wavered and danced, and then all of a sudden, like a shadow lengthening, his form began to swell. Through the thrum of gathering aether, he heard Hythlodaeus remark, "Never ceases to impress me." He knew well that what his friend beheld, the unbridled power of the underworld, pouring forth into his being. In such moments, he felt as he was one with the flow. Though mages were plentiful, not even among the rest of the 14 could find another more capable of wielding such power. Ere long, his transformation was complete. Hythlodaeus was left to crane his neck up at him. Indeed, there's no better candidate. Allow me to congratulate you again, Emmett Selk. Let out a breath, a sigh mingled with laughter. Then he faced the bird and set about his task. So first of all, I love that thematically, Hades is like ruler of the underworld or mage of the underworld. That's such a nice touch. Also, we're the friend Hyclidus wanted us to tell! Damn. Hades, like, Hades got a brand new job put at work with his wife, and he didn't even go to tell his wife. He's like, I'm gonna go be sad about it instead. Moping time. Also, Hythlodeus' gift explains why he could see us. My new old friend. But it explains why he could see us and see our souls, because he can see the live stream as well. Just like how Emmett can see the live stream. Pluck Ferdola out of it. Or, sorry, not Ferdola. Y'shtola out of it. See that our soul is the same damn soul as Azim's. Right? That's why he can see all that shit. He has that gift. And he has white hair, which is very interesting. You can see from miles away. I'm just upset that, like, could you imagine, like, Azim coming home and being like, Hades, I heard the news. Why didn't you tell me? It's not that big of a deal. Are you kidding me? like, I feel like Hythlodeus and Azim would both be, like, jumping up and down. Like, what do you mean, not a big deal? Also, that means that convocation meetings, Hades and Azim sitting at the table together, maybe playing footsie, but, you know. Hythlodeus would have known the truth? Yeah, exactly. God, I love it. This is great. Fantastic. Alright. Goodness gracious. Alright. Your radiance. Your radiance. A voice rumbled from the distance. An impatient and insistent. Drowsily he opened his eyes, and through a haze of sleep inadvertently focused upon the flow of aether. The habit of eons, unlike eons ago. However, there was no brilliant shine to greet his sight. Oh, this is solace. There was a brilliant shine to greet his sight, but a wane, a sickly glow. A guttering candle where once a single flame blazed. His face reflexively contorted in disgust. Gathering his scattered thoughts, he finally remembered where he was. Dozed off in the chair again. Ah, the joys of old age. Your radiance, it is the appointed hour. The voice rumbled from right before him. He cast a bleary look towards the sound to see a young man, tall and strapping and golden-haired, regarding him anxiously. Though he was still well shy of his 20th name day, the cease which adorned his forehead added years to his grandson's appearance. This body's grandson. He corrected himself. Then he remembered the boy, Varys, had been eager to report on his recent suppression of unrest in some forsaken province or another. Scarcely a matter warranting a formal audience, let alone rousing me for... Perhaps the boy had finally scrapped together the courage to crow about his accomplishments. Perhaps he was put up to it by ambitious courtiers. Regardless, it was not but the feeble plotting of malformed creatures. Warily, he hauled himself to his feet and shuffled past the youth towards the door. He had barely taken half a dozen steps, however, when Varys found his tongue. What is it about me that displeases you so? He stopped at the unexpected address. Casting a glance over his shoulder, he saw the boy wearing an expression of pure anguish, and in that moment, he looked every bit as young as he was. To let this question spill forth, his frustration towards his grandsire must be great indeed. After a moment's pause, he replied, under his breath, Your body. What? Face was the picture of confusion, but he offered him not a word more, turning away and slowly taking his leave from the room. As he made his way to the audience chamber, a self-depreciating smile rose to his lips. Though Garleans are known for their large frames, the body he wore was by no means exceptional in that regard. Nor was that of the woman he took for his wife. Yet their firstborn son was prodigiously tall and a robust specimen, unprecedented even among his kind. As the boy grew, his physique was held in awe and admiration by all, though to him it was a source of great vexation. In the end, they were all just malformed creatures, feeble, frail, and foolish, thrashing blindly about in their fleeting, fragmented lives, repeating the same mistakes over and over again. Never could they replace their brethren. Never could they replace his brethren. Yet in spite of himself, when he cradled the newborn in his arms and stroked that dowry hair, he could not help but hope. For what he could not be certain, but he hoped nonetheless. It made little difference in the end, for his son had succumbed to some absurd illness, returned to the underworld long before his time. Not without leaving behind a legacy, however, a living, breathing, ever-present reminder of that momentary lapse. At length, his frail body brought him to his destination. He paused before the door, took a deep breath, shut his eyes tight, as if to will away the din. Yo, what the fuck? What the fuck? Okay, that's huge. Varys' dad died, died young. Solace, Emmett, Hades' son, died young. And from illness. Which I love that line. I love this. Also, hi Cherish, how are you? I love this note. From some absurd illness. And returned to the underworld long before his time. Is this the line of someone who didn't care for his son? 'Cause I don't think it is. And I love the usage of absurd there, because to Emmett, like, I'm assuming the Armridians, perfect creatures, Asians, right, can't get sick. So he, like, just, or maybe they do get sick, but it's like a cold, right? But his son died from an illness, and Emmett just finds that just absurd. It's just, it's laughable almost, and so upsetting. Gee, I wonder if that was a recent reminder of how frail and temporary sundered individuals are and that he should not make a mistake of caring for them again. Also, I'm pretty sure I'm fucking right. Okay, so I'm probably overanalyzing this way too much. Hi Cole, how are you? I'm probably overanalyzing this way too much, but the body he wore was by no means exceptional in that regard. Nor was that of the woman he took for his wife. I'm just saying. Oh my god. So this is probably me over-analyzing this, and you can criticize me for that if you want, but like... Wow, both he and this other soul, this other person, this woman, are both much smaller than the normal Garlean. Huh, I wonder if they have a similarity. There's something in common with each other. I think our soul, Azim's soul, was also that woman as well. I also like the romantic asphyxiation of that they always find each other in life.
I like your eyeshadow.
I think it's a nice touch. Also, Cole, thank you so much for the biddies. I appreciate it. Or that line is being average for a Garlean. I mean, I do as well, but it's such a notable line. I do think it puts a similar, like, because they point out, like, about both of them, even despite, like, how they mentioned Varys' size. I bet you that, just again, because they both have these strict similarities, both of them were in average builds. I think would comment on that if it was the case, though. Would it, though? I'm not so certain. It refers to Varys as the legacy of a momentary lapse, which I took to mean the lapse of letting himself care about his son. I'm not so sure. He would have seen Azim's soul. What makes you think he didn't? Looks like he hasn't seen you in aeons. Oh, no, he doesn't. No, he has a line where he specifically mentions that he has seen you time and time again. He always sees you. And I like the romantic angle that, like, that these two souls keep finding each other in every life. Where's that line? It's in Shadowbringers. It's in 5.0. Pretty sure it's at the elevator scene. I'm pretty sure I'm thinking of it right there. Or it might be when he confronts you. Fated to battle again and again, I think is maybe one of the lines too. It's definitely possible. Varys is in his 40s and soul's lived a long time. Doesn't he mean, though, in generally? Does he? I ship my walls with Emmett larger because Azim Hades possibilities. Yeah, same. I love that shit. Which is why he's like, bah, trick of the light. He says, bah, trick of the light because he sees us as who we are. Talk about order and chaos. I don't know where you pulled that from. I don't think order and chaos have anything to do with this, really. But like, look, you can disagree with me all you want. I'm not gonna choose to believe otherwise, though, so. This is Sammy saying, I am believing this, and I don't care what, and you can't convince me otherwise. He recognizes the soul? Yes, but that's not what we're talking about. We're not talking about the part where he watches you walk into Ilmig. But yeah, I mean, he mentions your soul being familiar many times, like several times. So, like, I don't think it is unreasonable, I don't think it's unreasonable to suggest that, Solus's wife, the Empress, could have been Azim. In fact, I'm saying it is. That's my headcanon, so. I think it's romantic, I think it's cute, I think it is fitting, and I think that line does kind of indicate that to at least some degree. They were definitely both similar in regards. I'm sure they didn't extrapolate upon the fact that the woman he took as his wife was perhaps Azim or had a familiar soul, because that would gender Azim, and they don't want to do that. They've been they very clearly do not want to do that and gender Azim, because for those of you that are, you know, aware, they want the Warrior of Light, and for us as players to be able to put ourselves into that slot, which is why they refuse to use gendered terms, right? They like to keep it very open for us. And if in a story they confirmed that Azim was in one life a woman, that could not be comfortable or good for what some people's projections would be. And I completely understand that. So yes, they didn't mention that because this woman was gendered specifically because we were specifically referring to the woman who birthed Emmett's son, or Solace's son, and also married Solace, and they had babies with, right? Which kind of had to be that way. So they had to gender her in a sense, but they did not want to gender Azim in that sense to keep things very neutral. Or he could have seen Azim's soul, he just didn't mention it. That could be very possible as well. And also, I believe with what was said earlier too, probably Solace's son dying probably reminded Solace quite a bit of Azim dying. Maxinos, your great-grandson, by the way. No, it fucking doesn't. You are not the same person. Different people, same soul. The place you can stop talking about not being amazing. I mean, potentially. There's some stories on the site where you can select gender. Boom. But yeah. Also, Solace definitely gave Varys body image issues. Like, I'm sure Solace Emmett didn't even mean to, like, look at him with disgust every time he looked at him. But, like, yeah, man, that shit's internalized. There's some stories on the site where you can select a gender. I love gender. Gotta be one of my favorite genders. God. Also, just saying, and some of you may disagree with me, which is fine. Oh yeah, we're on the nutmeg layer. Sorry, I got distracted by this candle very quickly. It smells like nutmeg. Ah, bless. But, to me, this is also proof Emmett does care deep down about us and our sundered, malformed selves. I don't for a fucking second, after reading this, don't think that he doesn't care in some capacity. No matter how much he wants to shove it down, he wants to so desperately not care. But I think, like, at the birth, like, holding his own child in his arms was a momentary lapse. But it was a lapse, wasn't it? It's because he does care. I really do believe that. Again, you can choose to interpret that differently. Or Zodiac forces him not to care. Good thought. Good thought right there. Emmett is just deep in denial. I believe Emmett is in hella sunk cost fallacy, yeah? But also tempering. And yeah, it makes a lot of fucking sense that, like, Emmett wants to care so bad, but Zodiac is there. Zodiac is there with a meat tenderizer, smacking his feelings. With just a big old meat, just boom, 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 shoving it all down. Just shoving it all down. I believe that could be a result of the tempering. Like I always say, Emmett always tells the truth, except to himself, whom he always lies to. It kind of goes back to the parallels. Gabu trying to reach out, but the tempering won't let him. I mean, literally, Gabu is physically incapable of speech while tempered because of the tempering. But also, like, Nidhogg, he can't let go either, for sure. I'm sure Emmett can't let go, but I'm also sure Zodiark also fans those flames too, right? And with Zodiark, it's a much more subtle tempering, but I really do think it is much more of this very subtle manipulation, right? So, on note of tempering, what do you think that means for Gaia? Yeah, Gaia, it's Gaia's soul, remember. She's not an Ascian at the moment, technically. Like, I did not do the 5.5 dungeon. Nope. I don't think Gaia's necessarily tempered, at least in her current state, because her soul has not been restored. Mind you me. Also, are sundered Ascians tempered? Are they? Also, son of a bitch, we have a cure for tempering. We could have cured Emmett. Well, shit. Yep. No, I believe you. I believe you, Servant. I believe you. Well, fuck. That's good to know. Damn. Well, damn. Alright. It'd be like that sometimes. I'm just gonna think about that now. I'm gonna think about that, but I'm also gonna go to the bathroom. We continue this conversation in a couple of minutes. Yes. Correct. Renz is pretty accurate on all of that from the information that we have. Newer primals exert their will very forcefully because they consider themselves weak and thus try to get as many followers as they can quickly, so we can assume older ones feel like they can take their time with a less forceful approach. Yes. Also, we have confirmation that tempering is in different state. Like tempering can be done with different forces. Thordan tempered the Heaven Sword of Ishgard with less force. So they could still act as sort of normal people, so people wouldn't know anything was amiss, versus like Ifrit, who just, yeah, like fries them. It's a gradient, yep, for sure. The Zodiark would obviously fit on that scale as well. But, yeah. So, I will be right back. I'm gonna go to the bathroom, but there's more to say on this, and I will be doing, MSQ when I get back. So we'll finally hop back on that MSQ train. So yeah. Excited. 1, 2, 3. BRP. Well, changed to some really, like, melancholy music. You'll love to see it. Anyway, what's up? Oh, hi, Backburner. What's happening? Welcome back. Oh, thank you. Alrighty. So, MSQ? Should turn that back on. Let's go do some of that. Should think of my glam though. I can like hardly remember where we were in the MSQ. I do need to get it done so I can be fully caught up with everything though. Love me some tentacles. Thinking of reviewing story stuff before Endwalker, whether on or off stream. What do you mean reviewing stuff? Like a review? Define. Oh, right, we're in Oz's Law. Okay. Yeah, so we'll wear a coat. Bit blustery. My heart, it's perfect. Do you like my Harishafont emote? Yeah, it's pretty good. A smile better suits the hero. As you prepare for Endwalker? I'm pretty good. And admittedly, Nano, a lot of that stuff's pretty fresh in my brain. If I'm gonna be, like, perfectly honest. We have yet to even come up on a 1-year anniversary of me playing, Final Fantasy. Imagine having a good brain. True. Oh, we were about to talk to Tiamat, weren't we? Oh, I completely forgot where we were. Alright. Yeah, we haven't done that yet. I left off and I was like, alright, you're gonna have to tune in to see the next part. And people were like, but no, don't do it now. And now they're not here. Their loss. That's great. All right. Hello, team. What's up? Can't wait to have my vibing carbuncle. Oh, I'm so excited for chill carbuncle. Grandfather sacrificed everything to protect the realm from Bahamut. You must be prepared to do the same. And she never came back. No, I am back! I am back! And it's not like I didn't announce that we were doing MSQ today, so... Those are dragons of history were immortal enemies of dragons, yet now they'd be hard-pressed to find a soul who understands them better. Who taught Tiamat the secrets of summoning, even as they supplied the Elegians with the means to capture primals. So much suffering all by design. It's not like this was secret. It's not like this was a secret. So Tiamat awaits this way. MSQ stream, no such thing. Oh, I like that that starts playing the theme. Responsible for this. So much else that Dragonkind has suffered. Nice, lass. I'm sorry, hun. Resigned to her fate though she may be, I can help but to feel that we may be able to help Tiamat. Would she only let us? My goals for Endwalker are to get Dragoon, Warrior, Gunbreaker, Monk, and probably Summoner to level 80. We'll see if Summoner happens though. Oof. What about White Mage? I think someone's probably gonna have to pay me to play White Mage. Dot dot dot. How much? 10K. I was gonna say like $100, and then I was like, wait, no, some people could probably do that and probably would. Let me aim for something higher. Boom. Level 60's wondering, what are all these 80s doing here at 5.5 launch? This is one of the 7 great worms. Even thus confined, her presence is overwhelming.
It's plain she knows naught of recent events. Perhaps you should enlighten her.
Alright, Stinky, whatever you say. I'm like, yo, a lot happened, Tiamat. My sins should be repeated. Is that the faintest stirring? Would have called him forth and saved the dragons of Meracidia. Where is Meracidia in the world? Was that in like Isabard? Isabald? Is that north? Probably. Far south. Oh. Australia of height. Oh. So it's continent to the south. Okay, interesting. Hi, Maddie.
I've seen it with my own eyes. Captives of a lost empire, neither alive nor dead, existing only to preserve Bahamut's corporeal form.
Yes, binding coils. Right, she's pissed. I haven't done binding coils and you didn't get the dialogue. Oh, interesting. Interesting. Also, hey, Tiamat, if you want to go kill some Asians, we could bust you out of there. I get her being kind of pissed, though. Not gonna lie. And Isotope, thank you so much for the follow. I super appreciate it. Hope you have an absolutely incredible day. Because my day more incredible. Love you so much. Welcome.
Your children's pain means nothing to them. They laugh at your kind suffering.
Alright, Instinian.
But tears will not right this wrong, nor will lamentation see the perpetrators punished.
Right. What a prickly boy.
Snosk anta in Dramon.
Behavior befitting a great worm.
Ooh. I feel like this is more of Nidhogg blood screaming in his veins. Probably, yeah.
We came here to ask mighty Tiamat of the First Brood, consort of Bahamut, mother of the dragons of Mericidia, what she intends to do about the crimes committed against her children.
I like that.
Santalan infan antosk.
Right. I'm gonna answer thine insolence with fire, but words shall have to suffice. Yeah. I definitely see this as Nidhogg just being like, what are you doing?
Ale o est an in. Ale cum ac in.
Recall, mortals, it was I that did the first summon my beloved, praying with all my being to bring him forth. You who contend with icons cannot well be ignorant of the consequence.
You too were exposed to his influence. That you are yet in possession of your own will is testament to the indomitable strength of your soul.
So, yeah, did she get
But
tempered,
were you
though?
to meet with Bahamut again, you fear you might succumb.
Snoska Dramon king. Nestra in. Illes I. Nesh an. And
Luma's myself to the icon's influence would pay the price. I mean, partial tempering. Or the fear of partial tempering. Yeah, I mean, that's a good point.
Unnik. Nalstra ul an. Antal an. Smon. Tahi an.
This person shall be my tune. mean, you could probably break her out of there.
On the matter of Bahamut's influence, at least, I believe we can be of some assistance.
I was about to say, yeah. She's saying she's tempered but retains her will. Why does that sound familiar? Ha ha ha, because it should. Also, I mean, yeah, again, according to Xenos, remember, if you've got a strong enough willpower, you can just resist tempering. I might try about as much as she did, I think.
If you're afraid of being enthralled, don't be. We have a cure. And while we've never tried it on one such as you, its basic principles are universal.
Speakest thou in earnest?
There is no future for those bound to the past. That you committed a terrible sin, I do not dispute. But if you feel remorse, you may yet make amends. We offer you that chance. Take it, or you will forever remain a prisoner, not of these cruel shackles, but of your own guilt.
You committed a terrible lie? Alright. Good to know. Lay Bahamut's memory to rest. Go, twins, go! Go, twins, go! And I like this. Heidelin granted us sanctuary. When our own star faced annihilation, and now your foes would bring about her destruction. This I can allow. For the debt I owed Heidelin and all those who have suffered for my sins, I shall fight with you, children of man. Not a bad deal. Not a bad deal. Alright, yeah. Steven's like, yeah, whatever. She has some pride after all. Let's see if she's as good as her word. Nah, and Sidney doesn't smile. He's Batman. But she suffered at the hands of men, but there's a chance we can free her, truly freer than we owe her to try. Guess my heart was in my throat when Anstinian thought to berate her. It appears to have had the desired effect. The forces have been shown to be effective in curing the tempered. Tiamat must be considered a special case. She's far, far larger and immeasurably more powerful than any subject treated thus far. We remove her restraints only to find that the process had failed. Would be hard-pressed to contain her.
Sloppy!
Before we go ahead, we should learn as much as we can about the exact nature of her condition. Do you suppose we can find the information, that information here? Yes, we can. We can indeed. The Allegians kept detailed records of all their notable captives and know exactly where to look. In the meantime, the rest of us can turn our thoughts to the removal of those shackles. Alpino and Eris hear well enough, but not you. Are you certain you're ready to see this through? Rest assured, Sir Insignia, I'm both ready and willing to give my all for the sake of the star. But that may not be my only reason for wanting to see Tiamat free. I claim to know all of her sorrows. I too once found myself a prisoner of despair. In a prison of despair, and I will understand how hard it can be to dare dream to escape. It took the encouragement of braver souls than I am to make me take the first step towards a brighter future, and now I would help Tiamat do the same. You're not as young as you look. That's true, he does look like a twink. Also, Cassidon and JRC, thank you so much for the follows. I super duper appreciate it. Hope you're having a wonderful day, because my day been wonderful. Welcome. How are you? When our work here is done, we could trade tales over a pot of Tataru's famous tea. And be indebted to her for the leaves and hot water? I think not. I see. Returning swiftly to the task at hand, then. I believe the nodes governing TMS restraints are located in the sector known as the flagship. So you're familiar with that, the Arthrochemical Research Facility in particular. Yep, things are going pretty poggers. Oh, you may wish to take this, a spirit vessel containing a small amount of my blood. Enstidian broke, true. Enstidian broke, but also does not want to be in debt with Tataru, which, fair. None of us do. We don't need that hanging over our heads, right? You just happen to be carrying around with you. I suppose it could seem rather odd to explain Rambros or Anje and I'd been researching the spirit vessels as transference not only of memories, but of traits of certain bloodlines, and so I keep one ready should the opportunity to test our theories rise. Well, I'm glad to hear the good news, JRC. I'm happy to hear that. Sorry you've had some bad news too, but that's great. Hope things continue to look up. As may be of use to you, may recall that during our previous visits, the nodes here granted access to restricted functions. Having identified me as being a being of royal blood and armed with a spirit vessel, I posit they will do the same for you, even in the absence of, well, the rest of me. It seemed a worthy try, at least. I'm gonna take good care of it. To the flagship. Alright, fair enough. We know where that place is. So I remain here and attend to necessary preparations in the event the spirit vessel fails to work as expected. You know where to find me. Good luck. Those restraints may have mitigated effects of her tempering, but Tiamat has been a thrall to Bahamut for thousands of years, to have clung onto her reason, though through it all says a lot for her strength of will. More than a lot. Baby aggro? Ooh, true, baby aggro. It'll get ya. It'll get ya. We settle on White Mage 10k. That baby aggro, damn. All at once or over time? You could not be serious. There's a certain amount of threat I feel like in your words. Oh yeah, all dogs are like that. My sister's got a really big dog that's the same way. A big puppy. Now she's getting paid a salary just to play White Mage. I mean, that's honestly probably what that's. I mean, that is how little I want to play. That is how little of a compulsion I feel. I need a salary. Rate. It's because a White Mage just isn't worth my time. I'm kidding. Sorry, one of these days people are gonna actually think I'm like a toxic player. And then Squeenix is gonna ban me because I get like reported for being toxic or something. I swear I don't actually hate white mages. You guys are gonna be paid to play white mage? But the Omni 80 reward. Can I just like get every class to 80 besides white mage? I mean, if I had the money, I'd do it, but I'm like a little bit into that 10K already. That's probably true, to be fair. Everything but white mage? That would just be... I mean... But glare mage. You know, but what if not glare mage? Also nice whoops emote. I love that emote. It's like you're trying to hurt. Wait, are you a white mage main, Sumi? All white mage players conspire to get Zoomy banned. That's how I'll go out. Honestly, that is how I will go out. The white mage players will just kill me. Oh my god, could you imagine if I boosted? Could you imagine if I bought the boost at level 80 and it was like, boom, Omni 80? I just never played it once. Oh my god, that'd be great. Holy shit. Just buy the boost, never play, and be like, Omni 80, I did it. Hell yeah, real. That's great. I'm a full-blooded white mage. You are? Oh, I had no idea. Why are you here then? I'm kidding, that's a joke. I mean, with the amount that I rib on white mage, I'm trifling. With the amount that I rib on white mage, like, you would think white mage mains don't see. That's the thing. Okay, yeah, you're right, Sari. Okay, that's the thing. Okay. We're talking about this. So many white mage players watch me. The Sari's a white mage main. Sumi's a white mage main. Will, Bumble, I know. Tiki, there's so many people who play white mage who watch me. And I'm perpetually confused. Oh my god, real, you too. Oh my god. It's everybody. Like, and like, you know, I appreciate the support. I really do. I really appreciate it, but like, why though? I make fun of white mage players so, like, I make fun of white mage so much. And you guys are just sitting here like, yeah. Like a kink thing? Like, I could see that, I suppose. What if you do it for charity? Nah, I'm gonna have to, 10K. We're used to being dragged on. Oh no! Oh god. Well, they're bottoms. They probably enjoy the punch. Yeah, people make fun of white mage all the time. This is not, wow, you guys, that's like the most depressing response you could have given me. That's like the most depressing response you could have given me. You're just like, well, we're kind of used to it, so it really doesn't bother us anymore. Damn, I feel bad now. Yeah, exactly, Zero, exactly. Huh. Make fun of white mage because you secretly want to be one? You must not know me very well. Right. I'm only half white mage, technically. Right, oh, because you're a red mage, right? See, I am a full born black mage here. Right? Like, look at this. I've got a freaking job still. I'm a black mage through and through. And this originally kind of started off as a rivalry with Will, but it's also fun because I like the idea of a rivalry between black mages and white mages in general. And like the War of the Magi just proves that in lore, so here we are. I also like to think I kind of embody the archetypical black mage. I'm an arsonist. I like explosions. I don't think about the consequences of my actions. Demons are hot. I mean, you did say you might go read Friend Walker. Maybe. And more than I made red mages. Hi, Sal. Who the real tops and bottoms were? Oh, shit, Sal, you right. That's exactly how it happened. There's an alternate reality where Zoomi's a white mage and a prude. True! It's the best timeline? No! No! Could you imagine? White mage Sammy. White mage Sammy is named, I don't know, Samantha or something. I mean, that is my name too, but like, I don't know. Moozy? Instead of Zoomy, it's like Slowy? Imooze? Imooze? I don't know. It is IMAS. No, I don't know about that one. A name Tammy. Boom, Tammy. Perfect. That sounds like somebody who's conservative. All right. So White Mage Sammy is named Tammy, and is like very buttoned up. Does not like pink at all. Probably wears very like bland colors, like very not colorful at all. Is very like reserved. Very reserved and like prude, doesn't talk about sex at all, very neutral tones, prim and proper, like speaks very softly, doesn't sound like a goblin, is straight, yeah baby, oh my god, that's perfect. And that's what Tammy is, yeah, like earth tone, specifically like brown. She didn't play FF14 then for sure. No. She does play 14, but she plays WoW. No, but she does play 14, but she just like skips all the story. Just like skips all the story, does like healer content and stuff. Tammy cosplay when? No. But yeah, like she just skips all the story and does like endgame raids, and like that's all she does. Like that's all she does. No loud gobby energy. Even like I had game raid as well, but I feel like they're different enough, right? Plays Higher White Mage. Plays Higher White Mage, uses like the same Higher phase 3 like everybody does. For those healers that does the DPS, Tammy has black hair. Boom, 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 boom. We're figuring this out. Probably was in some humid place like Georgia or Tennessee, instead of this fucking cold wasteland. Exactly. No loud gobby energy, exactly. She's got the energy of a Charlian, but like a bad Charlian, not a cool Charlian. Boom. Tammy wears glasses, yeah. God, and her being heterosexual too. That'd be great. Her being het would be fantastic. Like, oh my god. These are bad images. I prefer you the way you are. Thank you! I also prefer this way too. I prefer being not straight. Why would I limit myself to just one gender? That's silly. So that implies it's a choice. It's not a choice. That's not what I meant. But also like, double the people you get to fawn over. It's fantastic. Exactly. I'll send you mom jeans and a Minion t-shirt for the cosplay. No! Curse! Oh, I hate it! She's a little big fan of the Evilly story. It's like the only story. Yeah, the only story in the game. Yeah, she loves it. She's like she's a tactics player. She loves like XCOM and tactics games, which is why she got into 14. Oh my god. She specifically prefers old Ishgard over new Ishgard. Literally, she's out there. Like, I just don't think old Ishgard was that bad, per se. I mean, you had some unsavory types, but I really don't think the church running things, like, could have been that bad. She plays Civs on Sunday after church. Oh my god. I feel like we summoned a primal. Just like, I really appreciate the Evilly storyline because it really like calls back to the tactics story, which I thought was pretty good, unlike the story of the MSQ in Final Fantasy XIV. I don't really get it. What's the point? There's so many non-voiced cutscenes, I just ended up skipping all of them. I mean, I don't understand why even I should have to care about those sorts of things. That Emmett Selk guy, yeah, I don't care. I mean, he's a bad guy, right? We killed him. That's all that matters. And Xenos, I mean, he's basically just the Joker. So, like, why should I care about him at all? And Graha, I mean, what? He just, like, follows us around all the time? I don't see the appeal. He doesn't really behave like a real man. Oh my god, I hate it. She would hate Harishafon. She would! She'd be like, oh, he's annoying. Please stop. I viewed myself psychic damage. Dude, what the hell? Civ in church, can I meet Tammy? Stop. What about Amric? Oh, she doesn't like Amric either. She's like, I don't get it. He's upset that the Pope is his father. He should feel honored. Hi, Kakatar also hates cat girls. True. Insert red flag meme. True. Oh my god. The viewers coming now and think this is actually a stream? Oh god. Good fucking god, no. Can you imagine? That'd be awful. So who does she like? Who's the most fucking bland-ass option possible, who's also probably, like, a little toxic? Not a real man like Varys? No! No! Alright, we're done. Stream's over. Oh, right, she likes Magnite. That's perfect, though. No, think about it. That's perfect. That's perfect. She likes Magnite because he's a real man. Oh my god. Holy shit, could you imagine, dude? Plot twist, Tammy has booba? Hey! Excuse you? What the fuck did you just say, Nevik?
It's like all my name days of...
Look, they're still growing, okay? What the fuck did you just say, Nevik? I'm trying! Look, I can't help it. I can't help it that as a child, I was bit by 2 mosquitoes on the chest, and then it stunted the growth of my bosom. Go fuck yourself. Damn it! Fucking fight me. You kidding me? Then, I mean, they're not that small. I mean, you can see them. She also thought Va3 was based or something. True. Small booba unite now! That's small. I wear a C cup. No, not a Ranjit stand too. Oh, she would be. She'd be like, Ranjit's just the perfect character. His design is amazing. And I love the angle that he plays in the story with pursuing us. Way better than Xenos. I mean, I don't even understand what Xenos was talking about. I just skipped all of his cutscenes. He's just like a maniac murderer, while Ranjit is actually way more nuanced and thought out. Kind of a shame that we didn't get to see more of him. God. I hate it. Ranjit was a good protective father, unlike that deadbeat Thancred. God damn. She loves chapter 9 of FF15. Remember the chapter of FF15 that made me cry, not because it was sad, but because I was so incredibly frustrated? I cried. Oh, man. I'm like mad. I want to fight this person. Can I go fight alternate self? I just skipped all his cutscenes because he was boring. He's just a maniac murderer with no character depth. Vothor is the best ruler of the first. I don't get why we didn't join him. Huh? Oh my god. I'd win in a fight. Oh, I would beat Tammy. You know I would. I would win in a fight. She'd be like, that hair color's tacky. And I'm like, that blood on your face is tacky. Boom, 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 wrecked. Boom. Like, Timmy hates the Armoro. Okay, back with a cookie. Welcome back. Timmy thinks that the Crystal Braves were a good idea and ruined by a few bad eggs, and Alfie should have let Ilberd be in charge. Oh my god. Tammy would sue you though. She could sue these hands, bitch. Her moves would cushion your blow though. Shut the fuck up. They're big. They're fine. They're fine. All right. Eat my ass. All right. And it wouldn't matter if they would cushion my blows, because I'd literally like aura them and just like, just shut up. You know, I did get told once that like, Sammy, you can't have big boobs because you're a goblin, and if you had big boobs, the energy would you wouldn't have the same level of goblin energy that you do. Like you would lose some of it then. You'd like it'd be different. And I'm like, kills you? God. Kills you, making you dead. Timmy laughed at my burrito. Her name's spelled with a Y, by the way. Timmy hates gobbies. Timmy probably like hates gobbies and loves the Namazu. Like legit. Exactly. No goblin short stack exists. But I want to be a goblin short stack. Please. What's wrong with the Namazu? Tammy loves Namazu. Yes, yes. Thinks gathering's a waste of time, but loves crafting. She only does endgame raids and crafting. Oh my god. Oh my god. Like toxic white mage main that's also a crafter. Somehow I was wrong, sorry. You're fine, Dark, you're fine. I'm just ribbing on you, it's all good. The name of my wife. My wife. Wife. I miss Mabrita. Oh, I miss her. I want her to pick me up in her strong arms, though. I believe we just crafted yours is the most terrifying primal. Same, actually. Sounds like a literal nightmare, not gonna lie. God. Also, yeah, Rented, we've been playing through Final Fantasy 15, it's been a trip. She would hate the gobbies, wouldn't she? Damn. I'm mad. I want to fight this person. I want to fight this imaginary person. I want to fight this imaginary person and, like, beat her up. A trip, a road trip? Don't even get me started on 15. Seriously, don't get me started on 15. She sounds homophobic. I feel like she'd be like a little, I don't think she'd be openly homophobic, but she'd be like a little homophobic. You know like how those parents are? Like those Midwestern like parents are, where they're just kind of like, they're not gonna like call you a slur or anything, but she's also just gonna be like, ooh, this is good. Anytime somebody's like, oh man, I really ship Thancred and Urianger, she just like, I don't really like that ship. I just don't think it's very realistic. It's kind of clear Thancred loves women. And why wouldn't Urianger end up with, like, Y'shtola anyway? They have so much chemistry. So, like, or like, oh man, I think Reed and Gaia are a really great couple together. Well, they haven't technically confirmed that they're a couple. So you really shouldn't ship them. Also, they're minors, and shipping minors is kind of weird. They're just friends at best. There's nothing confirming that they're actually in a relationship together. She's like low-key homophobic in that way where like she just argues with you or tries to dispute any kind of queer ship that you make. Because that is a little homophobic, by the way, in case you weren't aware. If your first instinct is to argue with somebody when they are like, hey, I think this couple would work, maybe don't have that instinct. Maybe just don't do that. Shipping minors is kind of weird sometimes, though. I mean, yeah, like when you put it in a sexual context, it's very weird. But shipping Rin and Gaia together is fine, as long as you don't make it weird, right? Being like, oh, they're girlfriends. First of all, it's not even a first of all, it is a canonical ship. They are together. They are girlfriends. It's okay for them to have those stories and for them to be in relationships together, and it's also very okay to show queer relationships, especially young queer relationships between minors, because we have basically none of that in terms of representation. Not only do queer people have absolutely rock bottom fucking representation, but we have absolutely fucking nothing in terms of minors, which is like a really big deal, especially for kids growing up as teenagers, so that they can know that it's okay to like feel the way that they do when they're figuring all that stuff out, you know? I think sometimes it's forgotten that ships don't have to be sexual. Yeah. Absolutely. Like most of my shipping is not sexual at all. Like most of the characters I ship is not because of like sexuality or anything. It's just like, oh, I think their personalities work really well together. And not saying that that is what you were implying, by the way, Ned. Like I'm not trying to put words in your mouth or anything. But that is definitely like just something that's like really good to have. It's like good to have that representation of a younger couple like that. It's only bad when like people make it weird, right? And like a lot of people start dating around the age of Gaia and Rin, yeah. Like 16, super normal age to like be dating somebody. That's super normal. Again, not saying that you weren't saying that. I know what you were saying. I'm just using this as like a jumping off point to talk about it. Why do you guys need to shove it in your face all the time? I used to like Green until the whole Eden thing where being gay became her entire person. Exact fucking to the letter Oni. She would say that. And then somebody would be like, that's kind of homophobic. And she's like, I'm not homophobic. I support the gays. Like something like that. You know? Oh, yeah, no, Oni. Like, I had a friend say that to me. Or not a friend anymore. I had a former associate say that to me. Or verbatim. Or not verbatim, but like, along the lines of that exact sentence. But at me. Which was, fun. I'm not homophobic, I just don't want it shoved in my face all the time. God. I want fucking, I don't want to shove it in your face, Tammy. Plot twist, though, Tammy's actually closeted. In high school, yeah. It's like, gay people I respect. Gay people I don't respect. Fun fact, the guy who made that meme is gay now. Did you know that? It's great. Love it. We just keep winning. He also regrets making that meme a lot, too. Which is, like, kind of sad. Because that has, like, perforated and stuff. But, yeah. But yeah, like, Tammy would absolutely would be. Growth, we love to see it. We do love to see it, yeah. Remember, you're allowed to think, like, incorrect things when you're, like, 14. It's fine. We all make mistakes. We are all cringe, but we all can become based if we try. So, yeah. Request is to counteract the loss of the item stack with the coffee biscuit addiction. Same. Why is Reen so obsessed with coffee biscuits? My way to look at it is, it's just an excuse to spend time with Gaia, but also cookies. Who doesn't like cookies? What meme did you mention? You want me to show you it? I can. Like, knowyourmeme.com. Oh! Oh! Oh, I can't show you that image. Yep. Oh, nope. Okay, the original one has a word on it that I cannot show you on Twitch. Is it really? Is that really? Huh. Something happened? Oh, no, it's fine. Okay. Oh god, is that the... You're saying that person is gay now? Yeah, they are. There was an article about that recently. Okay, Okay, but this image is actually... Okay, this image is actually hilarious, though. Like... Gay people I respect. You. Illy. It's cute. Yeah, I think I can find a version that doesn't have that word. Okay. You know what? You know what? Let's not. Yeah. You know what? It never happened. Like, I was just like sitting here like, okay, I think this picture's good. But I'm kind of looking at it again and I'm like, nah. Actually, you guys, you know, if you're curious, you look it up. Not worth it. Not worth it. Though the conversation about alternate universe Tammy me was fantastic. Love that shit. But yeah, Insidian, how are you? Kakatar, we know, hun. We all know, dude. I was on the media tour. I'd rather leave these legging contraptions to you and Elfina. Movie came out of this. If anything goes wrong, blame Tammy. True. If anything goes wrong, we will blame Tammy for sure. So everyone search the flagship for the node that controls team months restraint. Should you find likely candidate, do not be tempted to make adjustments. But you did accidentally release. Don't be tempted to make adjustments. Maybe release some experimental trusting or less team matter self in your current state. Our objective is to simply identify the relative nodes. So we have learned what we can. We should reconvene and compare notes prior to proceeding. Yes, Hrothgar could not change the hair unless they Fantasia. Same is true for Vera, I'm pretty sure. Is that correct? Was it just Hrothgar? But yes, I believe Squeenix mentioned that they are actively working on fixing the issues with Viera and Hrothgar. Hey man, so recover from dental work. Oh, I gotcha. It's all good. I'm glad you're excited, though. It is very exciting news. I mean, it's the same reason why Viera can wear hats. Or some hats, at least. None of the unlockable ones? Yeah. Like Delta Quadrant broke, possible cause of intruder interference. As deployment, automated combat drones proceed. Issues? Yeah, with Hrothgar and Vera both having, like, face and hair modules that are all, like, complicated and just fucking wired so fucking weirdly in comparison to the other species. Like, I really, especially Vera, why did they design them the way that they did? Like, that is such a mess. Warning, scheduled dragon restraint maintenance due in negative 2020 years. Failure to verify system integrity might result in unscheduled specimen release. I mean, that's good, right? It's so weird but fascinating, yeah. I'm a Vera. Yeah, don't you find it weird how you can't have any of the unlockable hairstyles? Or any of the general hairstyles? Like, I would identify that as an issue. See, the Legions forgot to patch their systems. True. Visit friction between metallic components detected. Temperature increasing to critical levels. Please replace damaged parts or retreat to a safe distance. I probably had similar issues with that raw. They didn't, though. I'm pretty damn sure they did not. Not really, I just don't like they have two good hairstyles. But, so if you don't like that, don't you want more options for hairstyles? Like, you basically said no, and then agreed with me. Well, when they were making them. Perhaps, but they, like, fixed it. You know? A Legion Hades Steve Jobs? No idea. Thanks for them sent a swarm of mechanical violkin to plague me. Must have angered it. They said after Aura they weren't going to do any new races and then Shadowbringers? Really? I did not know that. Prince City and I have little to show for our efforts. Did you find anything? I found a way to activate mechanical sentries if that's any help. Adding in the Aura was hard. Huh. I didn't know that. Willing to leave the node that we seek, which somehow is in doubt. Or when I recall the fact of design, the node Japan found could facilitate communications as is lost. We may find use for it. I did. A node that smelled like burnt hair. I know the one. The stench more akin to fire than in a manure shed. Likely to explode than grant our wish. Surely there must be another. That's the gender locking thing. Or at least they're removing that on the bright side. Early for not being mad. They do need help. Okay, fair enough. We're about neglecting the dragon streets. But like, yeah. I mean, I would probably play a Viera if I actually could have like hairstyles and shit. I'd actually be very happy. I you know. I've been tempted to make a Viera alt, and I probably would. If I had the option. Spontaneously, you say. That does sound promising, almost suspiciously so. You were in possession of the spirit vessel, I dare say it is indeed the note which Graha spoke. Was it chirruping, you say? Well, let us take a closer look. tools they make for hats of different races and that don't work on. See, that's what I want to know is like what happened there? Clearly, there's a reason. I know, like we all know that like Final Fantasy XIV's code is like ramen noodles, but like, what exactly though? What happened? Is because they rushed it maybe, and now it's all like fucked up? And now they can't go back because like people have like made their characters or something? As I expected, the note will not acknowledge my authority to issue instructions. It's like a bit of a mess, yeah. Just to operate the dragon restraint mechanisms. The records and access privileges. Operation of the dragon restraint mechanisms may only be undertaken by the chief technologist and members of the royal family. Those are the vessel blood probes. One never knows what a small portion of royal Legion blood may come in handy. Brahatia keeps his vessel on his person. Manpower issues / rush to get them out. Yeah. And now they're just kind of like screwed. User detected commencing biometric authentication. Location complete. User identified. Member of the royal family. Please state your name. This could be funny. Instinian Wormblood. Very funny, but if that thing speaks my name, I shall see that it never speaks again. Use your own Sayhammer Eris, or in case you've forgotten. Username changed. Welcome, Sayhammer Eris. Ah. Remember the dragon restraint mechanisms when ready. Ah. Unable to disengage restraints of the specimen. TMN. System update is required. Oh no. System update. What do you suppose it's asking of us? Smash it to pieces. Yeah, you do the... You cross your arms as Instinian and be like, Instinian Wormblood. It's very silly. Now that I do understand, you can go first. I love it. Use agitation detected. Initiating guidance program. In order to operate the restraint mechanism, I require access to central control systems. However, unable to establish a link with said system due to obsolescence of my own software. She can be resolved by applying a system update using the corresponding terminal located within the flagship. Thing can be released, the restraints are not. Can, but only once it's received a requisite system update as far as I can tell. Till which time it'll float there, spewing nonsense.
Good luck to Zoomi and chat, in that your night/day is not an exhausted/exhausting one head slumps into desk.
Okay, Nay, thank you for the biddies. I appreciate it. Hope you're having a good day too. User dissatisfaction detected. Initiating placication protocols. I'm here to help. Rest assured I will be on hand to guide you through every step of the system update process. Gratifying. I dare say we'll fare better with guidance than without. That's great. But, yeah. I know, I feel like players really wanted Viera, but they were making Hrothgar. I feel like it might have been the better move just to release Hrothgar male and female. And then for Endwalker, make bunnies. Like, make our bunnies, right? I feel like that would be better. Well, I don't know, maybe I'm wrong. Fix some weird stuff in Boja too, not gonna lie. But we don't get Umet and crew. Is that necessary? Or Lena? She could just be a Hrothgar. She could just be a Lady Hrothgar. Like, it doesn't mean those characters get deleted, it just means their species is different. No one possess the elegance to sell themselves with these chattering orbs in fact they remain while their face do not speak volumes. Yeah. So like, and we wouldn't know any better, right? Like, those colleagues always make operating zillion devices seem so easy. For vengeance. Hell yeah. Love me some vengeance. Let's convert them all to Femros. Perfect idea. Can use it to terminal this way, please. But like, yeah. I don't know. There's a lot of species in this game that are already underutilized, and there's not exactly a lot of species in this game. You know? You're saying it's more cat girls. Ah, damn it. Oh, down here. I don't get that reference at all, Nave, but I like me some Femros. But see, like, that's the thing. It's specifically Suncats. It's specifically male Wildwood Elzen. It's specifically, like, Midlanders. Like, Midlander Hires. And, like, yeah. Like, we don't have a ton of Aura of either clans. We don't have a ton of Mooncats. We have basically no Duskrights. And no, like, female Wildwoods. And we have very few Rose. Aside from maybe, like, male Seawolf Rose. Like straight up, like, we struggle for representation of them. This game is lacking in the romance department, right? They need to add like a romance system in this game, I swear. Also, Mooncats are cool. I like that they have fangs. Like, that's a nice touch. Let's hope it'll be equally helpful. Maybe this task is for you and Alpha now. And her access granted to Eris and her adolescent Elzen companion. Master Eris's companion is deemed a potential risk to safe operation and has been denied access privileges until further notice. Let's see. According to the terminal, the central control system is presently employing software version 5.6.135. Dare ask which version you are employing. Software version 42.002. Of course. Blip blue. Warning. Errors detected in the data management system. Estimated time required for update. 5 years and 1 day. I think it's intentional that they kind of want us to project on some of those NPCs, Garaka. But just make an official system to it. It is rather long that we were hoping. Are there any other options, for instance, using this terminal operate TMS restraints instead? Loop, the proposed method is indeed an option. Please be warned, however, the procedure may have changed as a result of the system update. Any instructions may no longer be accurate. They haven't changed that much as long as we pay due attention to the discrepancies. They say we shall be able to muddle our way through, though. What about they're trying to explain? Just tell me if we've made any progress. That'd be really cool, Asmira, being able to hang out with them on the island. I would say so. Yes, it does. However, I require that I remain here to operate the terminal. You should inform me via link pearl once I am ready to release the shackles. Best if you left a spirit vessel with me. I may yet have use for it. Rest assured, I will be certain to return to Krahatia once this is over. Huh. Just a little more work and Tiamat will be free. Before we go any further, there's something I would know. Tiamat and her kin fought against the Allegan Empire. Both sides were dancing to the tune of the Ascians. It was the same in Ishgard, when they stoked the fires of conflict between man and dragon in the shadows. While the Ascians touch turns to ash, and thus you have made it your mission to fight them. There have been times where we tried to reach out to them instead, to find common ground. So I must ask, what do you intend to do with Fandan? Will you try and reach out to him too? I will try, yes, and if that fails, I'll remember him. Enemy or no, I want to understand him. Certainly, after I've wiped a smile off his face. Remembering him is the romantic option. That is a threat. But I feel like Eris would say the third option. I feel like she'd say, after I've wiped a smile off his face. I'd rather put my lance to his heart and be done with it. Fair enough. Perhaps that's the difference between you and me. You see the good in people, even if it be the faintest glimmer. I hope you do not come to rue your benevolence. Me too. It is unwise for us viewing the world thus. Hi, Cinder.
The prodigal lurker returns grander lurk.
Hell yeah, Cinder. Thank you so much for the 5 months. I super duper appreciate it. You know that 2 + 3 = 5, which someone to subscribe for. That's kinda poggers. You're a zoomer. Look at you go. Definitely after he catches these hands. Island Sanctuary is a patch thing, so it'll take a while for release to be added. I'm not sure they confirmed it to be a patch thing, but I think it is 90% certain to be a patch thing. Which is a shame, but I'm hoping it comes pretty quick then. For viewing the world as thus. Orphona, that has ever been your way, as I have learned when we journeyed together with Iceheart. Oh. Fact remains, there are some who view compassion as a weakness to be exploited. There may come a time where you extend the hand of friendship only to wish that you had dealt the killing blow. Save your mercy for those who deserve it. 6.0? 6.1? Oh, okay. We should be getting back to our task. If Alpha knows things in hand, I suggest we rejoin the others. feel like Einsteinian's speaking from experience there. Good old Stinky. Logic and Einsteinian's argument, given that all that is at stake, even the slightest lapse in judgment, could be the undoing of us. Warning, release of the Dragon States could result in specimen loss, damage to facilities, and incineration of staff. Yeah. Well, we also have yet to see. There's a wild card in the mix, too. I'm not sure if this is going to happen, but if HoloLive people start streaming Final Fantasy XIV, there could be a problem. There could be another surge of people dogging the servers. Wait. Oh, they're down there. Duh. What is that thing? I don't think I've ever looked. HoloLive is a group of VTubers, right? HoloLive is like the group of VTubers. They're the largest VTuber agency, yes. Server's actually gonna go boom when that happens? Yeah. It could be a thing. I don't know. I don't think it'll be as big as a surge. Well, there's no guarantee they're actually going to, or if it's gonna be more than one. But like if enough of them jump on board, it could be a pretty significant amount of people. The Papist tree? Huh. That's a funky ass tree. The Triple Legend? Yeah, Ina. Ina's a big FF fan. It would be almost somewhat surprising to not see her stream it. But I'm not sure the others will follow. And I'm also not convinced her entire community is going to be based in NA anyway. But some of them might make alts. I mean, that's entirely true. Hoping the squares convince them to go to Crystal instead of Aether. Hey, no! Wait a minute! I mean, actually, having HoloLive people, I'd be okay with that. I am an attractive woman, so therefore it might play to my advantage. Or they'll be really mean to me. One of the two options. Crystal prove useful after all? Excellent. It's a matter of server load. Most big streamers aren't either. I know. I'm making a joke. I feel like the watch space for HoloLive overlaps with FF14 players way more than it did with other streamers. That's probably true. But it's one thing for like there to be overlap, another thing for them to start playing as well. Wait, what, Nevik? Surely with that reason to create, then he's no better than a rabid dog. Treat what you must. I'll be ready to do what is necessary. Yeah, sure. This will prove useful after all. Excellent. Also, that's true too. There's no guarantee Ina's account is even on NA. I mean, I think she plays at the Japanese data center, doesn't she? That's still stress for the devs, though. Just a piece of her tail. It's because Alize can remake her familiar at any time. Oh. Alright, well, I gotta go see what that dialogue is. It's gonna be packed. Yay, there's gonna be real packed. I am ready for those queue times. I don't think it'll be that bad. I know waiting's gonna be annoying, but honestly, I'm happy people are enjoying the game. And yes, Aether's congested. I get it. But like, I'm happy people are enjoying the game. Also, it's not the devs' fault that everyone decided to crowd one data center. Playing the live games is fun. Yes. Oh, super agree on that statement. Playing a game that feels alive and fresh is a blast. That's true. Square did try to acquire more server space, but they were denied, which sucks. So, like, it's not their fault that everyone just crowded to Aether because it's the Raider server. Crystal and Primal raid all the time, too. I literally UCOB Prague every week. I know of very active raiding communities on Crystal. Like, there's absolutely this stuff everywhere else. God. Even double how much they'd pay you, but supply just doesn't exist. Yeah. Like, they were even like, we'll literally pay you double. At the top of the frame. Well, that is funny. So reputation's rating data center doesn't help. But it's like a fake reputation. Ah! Like, I mean, it's not fake. I shouldn't say that. But, like, there's a weird, like, view that, like, Crystal and Primal aren't allowed to raid, or that raiding communities don't exist on those servers. Aether is a bit more popular for raiding because of a couple of content creators that are raiders that have gathered there. But that doesn't mean other people don't raid. That doesn't even mean other content creators don't raid on other data centers. Looking at one right here. But, like, you know what I mean? Like, it's a little, I don't know. Crystal casual. Crystal's the RP server. I'd even argue Primal's like the casual server, per se. Yeah, Gilgamesh was always the raiding server, and Balmung was always the RP server. True, yeah. I know. Crystal is the nice server. That's true, Crystal is the nice server. People on Crystal are pretty nice. God. A small RP server? I mean, the biggest RP servers on Crystal are Balmung, Mateus, Goblin, and Zillaria, I believe. Those are like the biggest ones. Malbora is pretty big too. Probably one of the biggest raiding centers on Crystal is probably Diablos. And probably Brynhildr. Probably. I think those two I would thumb. It's going to be a raiding server these days. Exactly. Also, like, data center travel is coming. So problem solved, right? Influx and redistribution of players will play less reputations around servers. It'd be nice. Yeah. Lived there since day one. You see travel goes in. Same, Sari. See something somehow. It'd be like that. Can't deny the logic and seems argument given him that all is a mistake in the slightest lapse of judgment. So Nevik, either you were memeing on me, or that's not true. Can wait to White Mage Femmer with you all so I can pull you out of your circle. It's a good way to not get invited again. There's so many chat nerds showing up at once before the game got really blew up and everyone thought we were a bot guild? Really? Huh. Yep, I know Demon. I'm well aware. But yeah, so like once data center travel comes out, I think it will solve a lot of problems, but like still. So do our friends FC? Yeah. Happens. I mean, and we're on Malboro up here. Alright, Alize. What's up? Oh, that's fine, Sheena. That works for you. Christine told me all is well, but nothing more, honestly. It's like getting blood out of a stone with him. Take it Alphado's absence that he's needed elsewhere? Oh, sounds rather frustrating, but you got there in the end? While you were off talking to Nodes, Gra and I were learning as much as we could about Tiamat's condition. Readings confirmed that the ethereal balance leans strongly towards the Umbral, as was the case with the Kobolds. Therefore, all other things being equal, the treatment should work. Hopefully lies in the sheer quantity of Aether, which we must contend. Multiple applications of treatment would inevitably be required if we were to reverse the effects of the tempering completely.
Sloppy!
Sloppy! Kiriana, thank you so much for the follow. I super appreciate it. For an absolutely lovely day, because my day more lovely. Welcome! How are you? How's it going? Thank you in advance. Never will ask much of us. We do have one reason to be optimistic. Only that Tiamat shows no signs of fanatical devotion, suggesting a milder case of tempering than that is suffered by the Kobolds. Tiamat saw Bahamut as an equal rather than a god. What if that made a difference? Makes sense. She mentioned it very well might. Should have believed it necessary to defer to his will. Tell Alphado to disengage the restraints and the ethereal dampeners. I'm counting on you, Angelo. Go, go, Angelo! Also, like, you're upset Fairy's not on Crystal? Look, I don't know if you've heard or anything. You probably have. But, the entirety of Crystal is a little fruity. I'm not kidding. I have yet to meet, like, a straight person in Crystal. Ah, such warmth, the frost that shroudeth my soul doth begin to thaw. What are these, visions of days long forgotten, of war, and the men of Alleg? Whether does such baleful memories return to me now? Possible restoring your soul to pretempered states awaken ancient memories? Or the opposite be true? So, by helping her recall the past, we may be able to speed her recovery? She trusts you. Speak to her. Ask her to tell you of times past. Your war with the men of Alleg. Wicked, bloodthirsty creatures, not content with their own lands, they brought fire and death to Mercedia, our home. began when Bahamut and I left Father's side. We took wing to the search of a place to make our eyrie. Beyond the southern ocean, we discovered lush and fertile land. It would be known as Mercedia by the children of men, though many years were to pass before they crossed the seas. When we were welcomed by the peaceful people of the forest, kin to the trees. Surrounded by nature's bounty, Bahamut and I have found a place to raise our young. Okay, so the Sephiroth's worshippers, were in Mercedia, and they welcomed the dragons. Which is really interesting, that they were a very peaceful people, but proffered so much resistance to Allag. That's really interesting. Fascinating, this correlates with the writings of the Charlene scholar, Rurisha. I was the man first settled on the southern continent towards the end of the Second Astral Era, correct? It would appear. If only she were here with us to hear the tale of Tiamat herself. Okay. Again, Angelo. Lizard people? First the children men arrived on our shores, no foot did they set in those places over which we held dominion. Such was their fear of dragonkind, and they kept their distance. So did we let them be. What's that? Is that like a Moo Jal or something? As the days went by, ship after ship appeared upon the horizon, bearing ever more of their brethren who divided the vast land amongst themselves. In time we knew they knew peace and prosperity, but as the numbers grew, the smaller their share came to seem, so they began to covet our territory with our fellows. Ere long, man fought man, blood was answered with blood, and none could see an end to their strife, until one day they came to us. Right as our wisdom, they entreated upon us to intercede in their conflicts. Bahamut agreed, and with him presiding over the affairs of men, the land knew peace once more. Oh, the Zervin! Right! The Centaur people! Yeah, because there's Centaur people in Mercia. Right, I forgot about that. Those golden days of harmony, too, were fated to eld. The men of Allag slew my beloved and I, in rage or sorrow. And I in my rage and sorrow heeded them, and venom word of the Assassins. Rest thou knowest only too well. But your tale doesn't have to end there. When you're free, we'll rid the world of the Assassins together. You and your beloved will have justice. Poor Alizé. Fine sentiments, but you're almost spent. I'll keep watch from above if the treatment fails. Run. Thanks for the vote of confidence. I swear, when this is over. I'm going, Alizé, the magic is working. Nice. Being stoic. There's her brother by now, they must be all but spent. She won't yet give up. Yeah, what happened to the dragons is really sad, I'm not gonna lie. Slowly but surely the magic is working in and doubt by the memories. Bade her share. I do really feel bad for them, like... Legan Empire was kind of fucked up. This wasn't going to be easy. No patient could have prepared me for treating a great worm. And we were close. I can feel it. And while I only got a few more drops of Aether left to give, with yours and Braha, this should work. Ancient aliens. Oh, fair enough. Then I believe I speak for both of us when I say that you may take as much as you require. Careful, I might hold you to that. Alright, here I go. I hate to tell you, Dark. Not sure there's much left of Dragon Planet. Yeah, Ascians are kind of aliens, I suppose. Dragon Planet is most likely, I think, destroyed. Like, straight up.
Ugh, no. I'm almost there.
Smile.
This is it, Angelo.
Go, go, Alize!
Es ließ an. Mich es drei.
Yay! That's good.
Did it work?
We won't know for certain until the shackles are removed.
Answer me this, children of man. Can my kindred be saved in a like manner? Oh, whoops.
Many have been subjected to the Allagan's dark arts, their flesh irrevocably altered. For such tortured souls, I fear there can be no salvation.
Right, because they've been transformed. My children.
Slåss an all fall.
You hearken unto my call, we shall fly together once more. But should you not, I shall grant you peace. Oof. Better to die than to live as a tool for evil. You too would wish this, I know, and I shall do as I must. Ugh.
When that time comes, you won't be alone. We'll stand by you.
She's in and me.
That's my gratitude, little one.
Alphino's ready. It's time. Do it. And let's hope the treatment worked as it should.
That's a good sign? Yes, I think. For vengeance, for atonement, I rise. Yeah, okay. I think.
By the gods!
She big Goral. Yeah, I didn't realize she was green either. Insidious scared me.
Your timing could not be better. Understood, we're on our way.
Uh-oh.
It's Bahamut. He's been sighted over Pagalthan.
Right.
He flies for the largest Amalta settlement in the region, at the head of a vast host, including dragons.
Ooh. Okay.
Did you hear all that, Alphino? You'd best rejoin your comrades. I'll make my own way. Our enemy awaits. Shall we?
Just fucking leaps through the air. Alright. Unstinian and Tiamat. I trust those guys. I think they got this. That is a dynamic duo, though, not gonna lie. Holy shit. Jumped all the way himself there, right? Fine, plenty of time to recover on the airship. Also, like, it is very poetic. The Einsteinian, who kind of, spiritually speaking, carries Nidhogg on, is with her. Like, this just makes me retroactively even more upset about Nidhogg. And upset that people also just don't get his character. I'm gonna talk about this. Upset that people don't get his character. Like, Nidhogg's story is really tragic, and I see very few people actually articulate on that. And I'm kind of glad that Einsteinian is back in the story in a way that does articulate on that better. Like, it's really cool to see, like, Nidhogg almost get this catharsis in his death, where he's sort of free from his own anger and gets to sort of aid Einsteinian in helping in a way he never could. And I think that's really compelling, and kind of like how Tiamat is also somebody who's, like, kind of trapped in the same way. Having her released and having her work with Einsteinian, who also kind of has, like, Nidhogg's spirit, so to speak, is really, really cool. Like, it's really, really cool that we get to see, I don't know, just like that character arc continue, I guess? I don't know. It is telling the first time you hear Nidhogg not angry is when he dies, yes. Which is really fucking sad. But sitting embodying Nidhogg is extremely fitting. I agree. They make a great pair, and they make a great, like, kind of Venom Eddie Brock kind of pair, which is really cool. Yeah, watching her fly off is pretty great. I'm glad that she's, like, not here anymore. That's really cool. I became much harder on Salvage Monster for years before we ever met him. Much like, nope, not gonna say it. I know, Cinder. I know. We both know. It's almost like there's a theme in, like, villains in this game or antagonists where they're consumed by grief or something. I can think of, like, 4 off the top of my head. Of, like, antagonists who get consumed by guilt and have to, like, overcome that. It's a rather juicy theme, right? That's one of them. Damn. They're just, like, consumed by, like, their past and, like, their emotions and shit like that. Like, oh my god. Anyway, Additionally, on that note as well, you guys were talking about the First and the Dragon Star. So I believe, with the information we have available to us, which I may be wrong, I believe the Source is the only place that has a, like, galaxy. Like, the Source is sort of the main place, the hubbub, and it's got its own galaxy. And the planet that we live on, or solar system, is called Hydaelyn. But there's other planets in that system. Like, in that galaxy, so to speak. While places like the First and, the First, or the Second, or the Third, the 13th, those are all smaller dimensions that are reflections of the Source, essentially. Hydaelyn here, and sort of our worlds. I believe that is correct. I didn't say that earlier because we were in a cutscene. FF14 also has a theme of us killing the moral villains to be replaced by villains without any morals. Yeah, kinda, huh? That does happen a bit, huh? Each other as foils and see how they diverge when what causes them honestly helps show the power that they've that a support network has. Yeah, for sure, Sammy. It's like having people in your life support you, and having that kind of network is extremely important for everybody, whether you're a big old dragon or a dragon slayer. It's really important, actually. And that's why, like, most of these villains, you know, let's have an opportunity to talk about one of my favorite boys, Xenos. That's why, like, a lot of these antagonists are incredibly isolated and alone, is because they don't have a support network. Xenos is a great illustration of that, because he refers to you as his not only, but first friend. He refers to you as his first and only friend, which is sort of terrible that Xenos feels like he doesn't have any friends. And, like, quite literally, he could have been a vastly different person had he had more support in his life. Same is even true for Emmett. Emmett, while he definitely had, like, say, Lala Brea and Elidibus, Emmett was very lonely and probably isolated himself quite a bit, and Elidibus also was kind of like a child, and, like, Lala Brea kind of went off his rocker, leaving Emmett alone, isolated. And also, Emmett likes working alone. He self-isolates. Excuse me. And he lived 1,000 of your lives. And he was around people the entire time. They just died on him, which was probably hard. Like, Yotsuyu is a good example as well. Like, she was incredibly alone and isolated, and then, like, through the support of, say, Gosetsu and others, like, she's able to, like, change, right? The 2.5 acids instead of 3, didn't they? Yeah, pretty much, Cinder. And, like, a lot of these characters that, you know, are these antagonists are incredibly alone. They're just very, very alone, and it shows, like, hey, when you have friends, power of friendship, that stuff can help a lot, and, like, it's a big deal. And it's really good to, like, God, it's just really good to have friends. Surround yourself with people who care about you. It's important, right? There's a lot of characters that just things could have been different. Without friends or loved ones, people naturally turn evil. I don't know if that's exactly the case. Also, Dark, I think you're getting a bit excited there, hun. I'll be fine, plenty of, wait, that. Yeah. But, like, it's definitely easier for people to do bad things or morally scrupulous things when they don't have anyone around them to, like, kind of tell them otherwise. Or to just, like, help them. Sure, desperate to join and stand team in battle, it would be wiser if we together at full strength of the science first. The foe we face demands no less. Made friends with the kid Xenos. I think the best way to save Xenos in a scenario where we go back in time, Bernie, is get him out of that house. Get him away from Varys. And also Garlemald and the Imperials. As Lee said, even he was once a baby, completely innocent. My best favorite trope is TTRPGs lately is lawful evil or neutral evil person would absolutely be a villain in a vacuum, but has a genuine affection for the rest of the party and tempers themselves for their sake. I actually play a character like that in my Saturday Night campaign, where she literally was a villain. She was a bad guy, and then she kind of turns a new leaf because of her party, which is kind of cool. I'm gonna side trip to Yosetsu's place while we're at it. Yeah, fuck it. Still think he dies saving you from Findaniel? Maybe. I mean, you're allowed your theories. I have a couple of ideas what could happen to Xenos. Zuko and Catra characters are the best, in my opinion. At least for me. I agree. I think the redeemed villain, or like the redemption, the character with an actual redemption arc, not weird bullshit, but a character with a real actual redemption arc is very good. The reason why Zuko and Catra are compelling and good characters is because it takes them like 3 seasons to get there. It takes a while, as it should. As it should. Also, admittedly, I think in both Zuko and, like, in both with Zuko and Catra, like, they don't necessarily do anything absolutely irredeemably awful. Remember, fun reminder about Zuko, at least, is, like, I like Avatar a lot. But fun reminder about Zuko, he never kills anybody. Ever. Never once does he kill anybody. Even bad guys, he never actually kills them. Like, he could have killed Shao in that Agni Kai, but he chose not to. Which is also, like, a good sign. Like, a good sign that he can be redeemed. But, like, important factors with redemption arcs is having a villain, like the character has to have, like, has to be redeemable in some type of aspect, right? If there is a line, like a point of no return, they have to not cross that point. But the point may vary depending on character and may vary on character and story and what's going on in it. So that, like, varies, right? But usually there's some kind of point of no return. Additionally, they have to actually work for it. It has to be something where they work for it and achieve amends in some way. Best part about, I mean, like, you know, Catra helps Adora save the world, basically. Zuko trains the Avatar and helps the Avatar save the world, right? Like, they have to amend what they did wrong. And Zuko has a ton of work dedicated to that, too. Catra as well, too. They have to, like amend their wrongs. They have to make tangible progress in fixing things. It's not a redemption arc. Like, people use words and just throw words out there like it's the same thing. A redemption arc is an arc. It is a long-running thing. I could argue that, like, could you argue that Darth Vader redeems himself in Star Wars? I guess. But it's not a redemption arc. It's, like, his character arc, right? And there is a difference in not being Pentanatic, right? Pretty sure Aang from Avatar kills more people than Zuko. Yeah, probably. Unknowingly, but yeah, probably. Gaius Belsar. Gaius is a good character. Could Gaius have a redemption arc? Is he getting one? I mean, I think he has, right? Like, that's literally what the weapon quests are. But, like, yeah, like, can Gaius be redeemed? I would probably think so. Has Gaius killed people? Definitely. Is that the point of no return in Final Fantasy XIV? I'm not so sure. I'm not so sure that's the point of no return. That's what I mean by it varies in story context. We kill a lot of people. Like a lot. We kill so many people. Does that make us a bad guy? Well, no. It's a war. We're fighting in a war. Just like Gaius. Like, literally just like Gaius. I don't want your forgiveness, I want to atone. Yeah. Or like, you know, kind of the thing is too, it's not usually the redeeming character or the redemption arc for the character is not the character. It's not up to the character to declare that they're redeemed. It's up to the people that they wronged. And we see this with Zuko and Avatar helping like Katara and like making amends there as well. That's a good example of that. Full of genocidal maniacs, let's be real. I don't think that's even necessarily true. I don't know who Ahsoka is. I don't even know that's necessarily true about Gaius. I would wager that probably a fair amount of military people in the Garlean Empire are actually not that evil. I mean, I think I'd be hard-pressed to say from what I know about Noah and Hydrus both. They don't really strike me as evil people. Nail, yeah, a little bit. But like, Zutara believer? Oh god, Luna, I have to ban you for having terrible taste. Everyone knows that Zuka is the appropriate ship. Are you kidding me? Please be gentle. Unironically, I'm actually a huge fan of Zuko Sokka. I literally am. I'm a huge fan of that. I ship the two of them quite a bit. But anyway, like, does that mean like every person in the Garlean like military is like a good person? No, of course not. Like, of course not. Of course not. My girlfriend turned in the room. That's rough, buddy. Iconic. Bordolo's is a redemption arc I'm very interested in. Oh yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Like, among the people you mindlessly kill in the Praetorium, there are some conscripts like the Rurlet kids. I mean, yeah, of course. We kill so many Garlean conscripts. That's most of who we kill. Are all of them evil? No, of course not. But kind of in the wrong place at the wrong time, which is tragic, but that also doesn't make us evil too, because it is a war. We can't let them do what they're doing, right? Well, yeah, Gaius has a whole ass elevator speech. Like, let's get into the whole ass elevator speech where Gaius, like, explains that he believes Eorzea is going to destroy the world. And then Heavensward, which actually proves him right, that if the primals are left to continue to run amok, it actually will kill the world. That is true. Gaius is not wrong about that. Now, are his methods incorrect? Yes, absolutely. Might does not make right. Don't invade countries. Forehead. Like, that's the whole thing. Like, oh my god. Ugh. Ugh. So, yeah. True, but to give in mind what we know about the Garlemald's origins, the architecture and purpose of the good generals seems like they exist despite the Empire's inner workings, not because of them. For sure. Yeah, I would agree with that. So, yeah. Just, like, there's a lot of people that are caught up in a lot of bad situations, which is, again, why I really want us to go into Garlemald, especially after seeing Garlemald. I really want us to go in there and give it the Ishgardian treatment. Because there's a shit ton of parallels between Ishgard and Garlemald. The elevator scene is ridiculous when you go back and look at it. Primals will ruin the world. The 12 are just primals that people call upon themselves, so much so that the scene that we listened to almost daily has so much meaning. Yes. Like, Gaius and everything he says in that, like Gaius in, like, everything he says about primals in that elevator scene, he is right about. He's just unfortunately misguided about the right way to help people. And now that we have a cure for Temporine, he's like triple wrong. He is like double, triple wrong about like how to help people. We can cure Temporine. We can stop primals from being summoned, especially now that we've gotten rid of the Asians. Or, well, at least their leaders. I'd be shocked if we don't help the Garland people in some way. We're going to. I can say with 100% confidence that we're going to. After seeing Garlemald, I have no doubt. No doubt in my mind. And also, after listening to some of those interviews, I have no doubt in my mind. It's going to happen. It's gotta. It's gotta. They wouldn't set up everything. It would be a huge disservice not to. Like, massive disservice. Just like, I don't think Endmarker's gonna be as simple, too. Turn Garlemald into Island Sanctuary. Boom. Exactly. That's the real route. That's what we gotta do. Hello. Just stare at me, for punk. Do you have any music you recommend seeing? I like Shen's. Shen Pai's and Jesse Cox is probably the best. Those are probably the two I like the best. But all of them are good. Like, I'm not kidding, all of them are good. The everyday citizen cannot control the actions of the country's government and military. For sure. The people of Garlemald do not deserve to die. Just like the people of Ishgard don't deserve to die. Or the people of Ul'dah don't deserve to die. Like, they can't just stop their government. And I don't like the argument of, like, God, especially in some of those systems where, like, I don't necessarily like the argument of, we'll just leave, forehead. Not that easy. Is level 60 dragon? So, like, I don't know. Same shit with Ishgard. Like, remember when people tried to leave Ishgard, and then they get killed? A sneak peek at that with Doma and Stormblood? A little bit, yeah. It'd still be nice to, like, I don't know, do something with Doma? Remember, kids, don't be a Varus, be a Maxima. Exactly. I'd prefer to tone down the real-life political references, but yes. We're just simply interacting with us? Yeah, no, that's a good example, yeah. For sure, Asmira. I do earnestly wish, though, that we got to, like, do more with Doma. Because Doma's got some problems. I feel like we're not really addressing them. The flames of war. Lunar Bahamut bound for Palgolithian. Graha James turn call upon your aid for the science. Of course. You're all good, Misfit. Oh, infinite time. JK, that's not true. Sent word to the others. We have a rendezvous with Udal and the Hall of Flames. Let's collect Alpha and be on our way. Oh, then it pans to the empty cage. I love that. I love that it just pans to that and shows us that, like, Tiamat's not there anymore. That is really cool. It is really cool that we got to free Tiamat. I love that we gotta go back to that. Oh, we got teleported too. Nice. Oh, that was so convenient. Nice. Hell yeah. Happy coincidence, Carl and I'm in the process of concluding our inquiries. When news reaches of Lunar Bahamut's return, there's much to discuss, but it will have to wait. Oh, this is a dungeon party. Although we face, we know but little. For the time be of the essence, we must not stint in our preparations, lest our haste to fly to the aid of the Almajala cost us our best chance of victory. Alfie be thinking. He always thinking. Sure as you recall, Ehrenwald and Perdola were brought to the Pagathan. I pray they have not come to any harm. Me too. Can't wait for Ferdola to become a scion. First a spat of abductions, and now they attack an Almajala homeland. What do the Telephori aim to achieve with this attempt? If you're worried about me, don't be. I got some rest during the fight, and I now feel ready for anything. Yeah, whatever. Of the foe we face, we know but little. But time would be of the essence. We must not stint our preparations, lest our haste to the flight of the aid of the Almajala cost us our best chance of victory. We're thinking, boy, he is scared of ghosts. I love that though. It's so cute. He's scared of ghosts, can't swim. What a lad. Speaking of a lad. Hello, sir. Key baby. Now I know some of you could go with the rest, but I'm sorry to say that the Telephori have other plans. Pagathan is already under siege. Happily, the Immortal Flames arrived just in time to join the defensive effort, with Marshal Terrapin at the head. Well now, given the failure of their peace negotiations, I was uncertain how the Sultanate would respond. It is good to hear that Uldal has not abandoned the Almajal. Abandon them? Do we not profess to be their friends? Ah! Nanamo! And they all salute when she walks in. And Papa Sean! Papa Sean! I love this boy. And Nanamo! Ah! Love her. This is great. Marshal Terrapin had made provisions for such an exigency was ready at the departed moment's notice. All that was required was the agreement of the syndicate, each of whom voted in favor of intervention. Serious. Nor is Udal alone in this resolve. The other alliance nations have likewise dispatched their troops to Pegalthean. Papa Sean, what a Chad. I love Nanamo. I love that she's a Lalafell and she's pink and she's so pink and I love her lots. Papa Sean ready for those Paladin updates. He has the face of resolve. Look at him, ready for a Paladin. Duel. Even with our combined strength, we shall be sorely tested, for we face not only the might of Impure Legion, but Luna Bahamut and his draconic horde besides. She's 2 feet of pink, pure pink badass. Literally goals. I want to be 2 feet of pure pink badass. Might have to do some shrinking, though. Papa Sean bust out that quadruple confetti combo. Papa Sean about to clemency, baby! I love that she stood up to face, to Varys in his face. Yeah, same. Like, remember the Alliance meeting where, like, Nanamo's really the first leader to actually be able to, like, articulate to Varys and be like, you're wrong, though. Like, you're wrong, though. Like, you are wrong. You can't do this. Like, she had the balls to basically just, like, tell him to his face that he's a bad dude. It's great. I love it. Nanamo, the most powerful Dark Knight on Highland. Exactly. Oops, all swords. Papa Sean about to obliterate everyone that stands in his path. Look at that face. Nothing but determination. Nothing but just look. Like, Look at this face! The face of determination! The man, the myth, the legend, Papa Sean! Look at him go! The man, the myth, the legend. Gaze upon his glory! Papa Sean! Oh my god, that's great. The guard back here like, oh my god, only one day I could be like him. Papa Sean being like, yeah, I'm Papa Sean. Just look at that face. Look at that face. Boom, perfect. Anyway. That was not worth it. That was not that funny. You can clip it if you want, though. Alright, now we gotta... There we go. Perfect. Haha. New stream intro. Just Papa Shot's face. Staring into our souls. I'd love it. Too much children. Papa Shot about to blast some Limp Biscuit from his tombstone. Papa Shot's like, Lunar Bahamut? Bullshit. God. Okay. Cutscene. Fight as we may, victory is by no means assured, but not all of our omens are grim. Our forces have reported despite their proximity to Lunar Bahamut, none of the Almajoas show any signs of tempering. Strange. What primal would turn down the chance to claim new thralls? Unless it is incapable of doing so? Primals are not one to serve a master, Ascian or otherwise, but it may be well that Lunar Bahamut differs in some fundamental manner than those we've previously encountered. Well, if that were true, anyone could fight him, and Eris and the others like her wouldn't have to shoulder the burden alone. Be that as it may, Lunar Bahamut remains an incalculably powerful foe, from our soldiers will struggle to best through the mere force of arms. With the aid of the Scions, however, I believe that they will fare rather better, assuming, that is, that you're ready to take the field. An airship awaits to bear you to the front. Pray set forth as soon as you are able. Nod. I, meanwhile, shall commune to coordinate on our forces. So next we meet, may the 12 bless and keep you. Bye! It's kind of her to speak with us personally. You may be certain she has no shortage of other responsibilities. Well, I, for one, am inclined to do as her grace requests, lest we forget Ehrenwald and Verdolar and Palgathian on reconnaissance. The sooner we save the day, the better their chances. Indeed, to the airship, then. Pog. Oh, it's up there. Oh god, where do I go for that? An Udal? Oh, hey! Kippa. Oh, that's right, she's still there. Okay, I don't want to replay the event. I forgot the event's still going. Sorry, Look, Udal holds a special place in my heart. Oh, you must be new. Yeah, that night theme really gets me, Wiz. hate strife. Yeah, I know, that's great. That's great. I know, I just, like... got a lot of memories of this place, dude. Like, this is where, like, I started, you know? I really hope we're gonna be able to do more for Ul'dah. I really do. Care a lot about this place. Most day and nights, yeah. I'm sure an ephemeros doted me. Alright, come over, Loop. Come over. Here's the dungeon party. As we wander, I have attended to Thancred's ammunition and completed mine own preparations. I trust thou canst say the same. Try as I might, I cannot fathom why the Telephori would move to attack the Almajal. If Andaniel's objective is death and destruction, one of the city-states would surely have been a better target. You know, they must have some other agenda, one encompassing the recent abductions, perhaps. Tigan, Stinian, and Tiamat have already reached the Palgathian. Ah, but I should know better than to speculate on the whereabouts of the Azure Dragoon. Forgive me. It's not impossible that Telephori redirected some of their troops stationed at the tower to the front line. If so, this may all turn out to have been air involvement for Dola's benefit. Given how we know of some, or perhaps even all of the Imperial soldiers that may have been tempered, if we can subdue them, we should be able to do something about that, but they would still see us as enemies even then. That said, they wouldn't be deaf to reason, which is better than nothing. I'm not on Crystal, though. Yet. So the Telephori have constructed buildings capable of tempering and primals which are not. What secrets are they hiding? I like this badass Immortal Flames pilot. Greetings, we've been expecting you. Say the word and we shall depart for Pegalthon at once. Pegalthon! And that's the dungeon. Could have guessed. In fact, I did. But I didn't say it out loud because it felt like it was pretty fucking obvious. Huh. I'm kind of sad and Stinky doesn't get to come with us. So importantly,
my turn! My turn!
There's an echo!
My turn! 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 My turn!
I stand ever ready.
My turn! My turn! My turn! My turn! My turn! My turn!
Guys, whose turn is it? Whose turn is it? Do you know? Do you know whose turn it is? Do you guys know whose turn it is? Whose turn is it? Whose turn is it?
My turn! My turn! My turn!
It's Grahas.
I stand ever ready.
Yeah, duh.
Let's give it our all. 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 Let's give it our all.
See, it does have the same ring as...
My turn! My turn! My turn! My turn!
It just sounds so angry. My turn! So your turn for what? What's your turn? What are you doing, Thancred? What are you doing? Oh my god. And I love that we have angry Thancred as an emote too. It's fantastic. It's just...
My turn! My turn!
I stand ever ready.
I don't think so.
Our fates are
I
not yet
stand
sealed.
ever ready.
Yeah, I know his lines are the same. Probably gets to help instead of be on the sidelines. My turn! It's my turn to kill chaos. Bullshit. Pancred listens to his biscuit. God, I literally can't believe that is real. I cannot believe that is a real clip in a video game. God, it's gonna be a shitty game, isn't it? Am I gonna stream Chaos Killing game? I will probably try it, yeah. I will probably try it, and I'll probably fucking cry because it's gonna be terrible. It's gonna be Final Fantasy 15 all over again. I hope it's gonna be a type of shitty that's at least like campy and enjoyable, instead of like, oh man, we're gonna have just really shitty characters. Like, you know what I mean? Like, fun shitty, like Kingdom Hearts. Yeah, actually, yeah, like Kingdom Hearts. That's a good example. I hope it's like Kingdom Hearts and not Final Fantasy 15. Like, I want it to be like bad in the way of like, this is ridiculous and makes no sense, instead of like, wow, this is painful. Actually painful. I think it's dark and gritty shitposting. That'd be fantastic. I hope they lean into the camp instead of try to... If they lean into the camp, I think it'd actually be kind of fun. Kingdom Hearts isn't fun shitty, though. I mean... I guess... I mean, I don't know. I've never played Kingdom Hearts, but it's very campy. It's fun to watch, at the very least.
My turn! 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 My turn!
Yeah, I hope it's fun. I hope it's fun in its own way. If not, like... God, just don't, like, I don't know, give us, like, an actual real, like, female character. That'd be fantastic. That'd be great. I'd love for there to be a real character. And so far, we have a literal porcelain doll who tried to become darkness. A guy who can't put his arms down. A clearly gay... Oh, hello? Oh, that's somebody's minion. Oh, a clearly gay theater twink. And then generic random... most generic FPS pro tag in existence. Those are the characters in the party we have so far, I believe. So, interested to see where that goes. Why does that sound like a strong D&D party? Because it might be. There is, the porcelain doll. The porcelain doll who tried to become chaos. She looks like a porcelain doll. I'm not kidding, but it is a woman. There is a woman. So that's a leg up on Final Fantasy 15. Oh god, I hate that game now. Well, fuck. If you guys want to see me play Final Fantasy 15, I think I'll be taking a crack at it next week, I think. Question mark? Oh, I know what I can do. Is that the one wearing the schoolgirl outfit? Yes, that's the one in the schoolgirl outfit. Correct. Let's go raid Crystal, actually. Yeah, I will be playing... Oh, whoops. Okay, let me... Crystal... there we go. Next week, I will not be streaming this Saturday because I'm going to use it to recover and also work on the video. I might be able to finish my Black Mage video this week, though, so fingers crossed. As for next week, Monday, we are doing more Final Fantasy. UCOB Prog, UCOB Prog is also on Monday. Might do some other quest stuff. Might do some, like, Endwalker leveling, too. talk about probably the media tour as well. Tuesday is Phasmophobia. We're doing a Phasmo stream because that was one of the goals of our charity stream, as well as a spooky stream. I don't handle horror games very well, so if you guys want to see me scream, that's a great stream to come to. Wednesday, I will probably be attempting the Ultima Weapon quests a bit more, as well as maybe some MSQ. And then Thursday, I don't know. Maybe we'll play 15 on Thursday. I haven't really decided yet. But that's probably going to be the plan. Those are probably mostly starting around 4 Central, though Tuesday might be a 3 Central day. Well, my schedule's kind of going to be weird. But I love you guys. Say hi to Crystal for me. And I will see you on Monday at 4 o'clock. Monday, 4 o'clock Central. See you then. Check out my YouTube, Discord, all that good shit, whatever. You know. Bye-bye!